Hey, nieces. Ta-da! Wow. I should have swapped over to the van. Got better lighting in the van. But I'm here. I am in here. Wow, it was crazy day. Absolute craziness. I was gonna do DoorDash, but decided not to. Dash and Womble, friend dash, comments. Okay. Yay, I can see it now. Hmm. Hey, nieces. I was just sending out a quick message posting that I was live. Oh, bloody tired all of a sudden now. But someone has the bloody Chiefs game on. Wakey, wakey, yeah, crikey. So it gets a bit stuffy in this truck. There ain't a lot of air in it. Because, well, I mean, it ain't that big, is it, really? That's it, really. It's not a very big vehicle. Paddington's in here, though. I was going to transfer over to the van. I did that last night, but and there's better lighting in it. Of course, the game is on almost over, though. Yeah, it might almost be over, but someone's going to be someone's taped it to watch. So
drive to highlighted route.
Apparently, GPS is on too. Hey, how you doing, Eric? How's your day been? I've done proxy picks almost all day, all afternoon. I didn't start until late because all I had was proxy picks to do. I was going to go out and DoorDash. Oh, speaking of DoorDash, did you all see that DoorDash put out 3 YouTube videos today? 3 30-second YouTube videos. They didn't make them short videos though. But anyway, yeah, I guess they're paying actors to do some promotions or something. Not that I know who they are, but anyway. Oh. So instead of flipping giving extra money to the drivers, they're just wasting it on flipping this crap on that. Yeah, 3 of them, 3 DoorDash videos. It was quite busy, to be fair. We done several proxy picks assignments this afternoon. Well, just 3, but there was a bit of time between, a bit of driving between them, and one of them was absolutely fucking busy. It was so busy at that last one, trying to wait for gaps and that in the row. They've normally got someone outside who takes the orders, but they didn't have anyone outside on that location. They did at the other 2, but not at that. No, actually, did they have someone? Yeah, they did at the first one. Yeah. But yes, and I'd also been on to proxy picks yet again because I did an assignment for them last night at a car dealership, and they said that on the assignment thing it said to that they wanted the side of the both sides of the building, the back of the building, and the front of the building. But you couldn't start until near 8 o'clock, 8 p.m. till 3 a.m. is what they'd done. Well, when we got there, and I thought I could drive around this one, but apparently they changed it. It's at a Stellantis dealership or Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. Anyway, but they changed it at this particular dealership, which is understandable, to be fair. And when we got there last night, the one of the salesmen was leaving, and they actually closed at 7 o'clock yesterday. So he was leaving. I guess he got caught doing a late night deal, I don't know. But anyway, and anyway, he'd said about, because I couldn't climb that bloody fence for the life of me, and then one side of the building was totally black. I mean, it was black, nothing, not a chance in hell could I do that. And the back of the building too, and because you could get up there, but you can't climb the fence to get over there because they've got an alarm on the building, a perimeter alarm on there. That means whenever you get close, it sets the bloody thing off. So, so all I did on that one was take pictures of the front. All I did was take pictures of the illuminated signs. And I went, okay, well, I can't. That was all I did. I didn't submit it or anything. I just left it in my assignment list as pending. And I wrote to them, sent them a message, proxy pic, saying somewhere on the lines of, you're all bloody crazy. You got a flipping work this out, because I know damn well when I get to the other location, which is yet another Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep and Ram dealership, one I worked at too, so I know where and what I've got to do at that one. And they had 7 or 8 cars stolen from that one, and that place is like Fort Bloody Knox. And I said to him, "You've got to figure this out, because I know that you want the sides of the building, all sides of the building, for whatever bloody reason, I don't know. Because for the most part, it seems that's all you really want is the illuminated signs." Well, I'd said that in a message, and then I went to call him this after. I looked at my proxy picks assignments, looked at it and went, "Oh, hang on, I've got $20 more than I should have in there." That's handy. Anyway, so I went and looked back on it, and they paid me for the car dealership from the night before that I hadn't completed. I had never even submitted it or anything. And so when I called them and spoke to the sensible one there, who's Murphy, and said, "I never did this one. I didn't submit anything. I mean, I know that when you take the pictures with proxy pics, they go up to your system." And I went all through it with him, and he says, "I think that the client just looks like the client just went, okay, and that was it. Just decided to pay you. Flipping result." I said, "Probably a good idea, because you can't really get around the building." So I told him all about the next one. And so he took down all the details this afternoon and wrote to the client, said there can be a potential problem in getting onto the premises after hours. Well, then the bloody client, like flipping idiots, turned around and said, "Well, there's no problems in getting onto the premises. You just walk through the gate." You fucking idiots! It says it's a nighttime audit. If you want me to take pictures of the flipping of the illuminated signs, I'm not going to be able to do that at flipping 3 o'clock in the afternoon with the bright sunlight. You dumb shits. What the fuck? And yeah, what the fucking anyway. So I called him back this afternoon. He was going to wait back to see if we got anything else. Anyway, he said he hadn't heard anything, so just go ahead and do it. Just do what you can. Okay. I said, "Well, that's." He says both the the managers and that management know that you're going to be there. I said, "Well, that's flipping fine and dandy, but when I'm on the flipping ground, flipping with me all fours flipping spread, and I've got a SWAT team around me, fucking, I'm going to be holding my phone up saying they told me I could be here." Come on. Anyway, they I think Wendy might have got that on video actually. But anyway, but I got over there. I went over there purposely. I went over there early. They closed at 7 o'clock. I called them and got a couple of dipsy people on the phone. Anyway, when I got there, like I said, it was a dealership I worked at before, but it's changed ownership now, thankfully. And I got there. They were still open, and they were working a couple of late night deals, and they were going to be there a bit later. And the only thing is that I got there maybe around 7:30, thereabouts, and the I say DoorDash, the proxy picks thing said that you can't start until between 7:58 and 3 a.m. That's your allowed time to go there. Well, I'm not going there at 3 o'clock in the morning for flipping $20. Anyhow, so I said, "Well, I'll just wait here then." She said, "Yeah, that's fine." I had a chat with him. It was quite a fun chat, actually. Anyway, so I said, "Well, I'll just wait here and wait till it comes." Well, then I kept clicking on the stuff, like on the pictures and on the assignment flipping things that they want doing, and it just wouldn't let me do it until 7:58. Nope, can't do it until 7:58. Holy fucking shit. So I had to wait in quietly. And even when it got to 7:58 on my bloody phone, it still wouldn't let me do it. It waited just like another minute or something. I don't think the flipping phone's that quick, that far ahead. Anyway, so I got it all done. Only thing was, is they were also locking up at the time, and they put cars all over the place, so you can't go and steal them too easily. So I had to go park at the back, get out, go take a picture of the back of the building, get back in the van, the truck rather, and then drive around the building and take all the pictures that I needed to. Because at that point they were actually getting ready to go, I think. But anyway, I got everything done. So we'll see what happens. But you can't do that at every building, because if they close early, like tomorrow, they'll close at 6 o'clock. And on that one, like I said, it's like bloody Fort Knox on that one. And they actually own dealerships either side as well now. So you just can't get into it. And if you get anywhere close, you can't jump the fence at some of these car dealers anymore, because they've had so many cars being stolen overnight that they just got perimeter flipping um, alarms. So it will go off even if you get into their car lot and be walking through. It will just set off and flipping tell you that you're not supposed to be there, and to get away, and security is going to be coming. They do have security, not that I bloody saw them, but anyway. I got that. I did get those done. So one trick is to try and get there and hope that they're doing a late night deal, and just wait there. Don't wait round the back though, because they might lock you in. Wait at the front and make sure that they know that you're there. So anyway, yeah, I've got that one done. But those ones can be a pain in the backside. Would you have climbed it? I couldn't. Even if I've been the first of all, the fence was too high for me at least, and also they've got that perimeter alarm thing. You're not allowed. You're actually not allowed in their car park overnight. I mean, there's a lot of car dealerships that don't have flipping fences. Don't have fences. They don't have that flipping problem. Well, maybe they do, but they're not going to go to all of that flipping craziness like these dealerships are. And this dealership is actually, like I said, has actually changed. It used to be owned by a very dodgy lot, and I didn't like it there. Honestly, I did not like it there. Oh, shut up, damn bloody thing. Go off. And it just sets the alarm off if you get into their car park anymore. And it's security catches you. Mind you, the security that we had before, that all they did was drive up and down the road, because there's so many car dealerships there. Because we got Cadillac, BMW, Audi, what was it, Stellantis, which is Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. They also own Fiat too, but not at that location. You got the Nissan dealer next to it. There's Chevy down the road as well, at the base of the road. Oh, and there's a Toyota dealership there too, and right opposite all of that lot. There's also Acura and Volkswagen. So there's a whole lot of flipping car dealerships all in that one area. But I keep saying our location, at the location I took pictures of tonight and worked at, that's the one that we had. I think it was 7 or 8 cars that were stolen in one night. So that place became Fort Knox overnight. So they're protecting their flipping property now, which is quite rightly so. But the trouble is some people want to go jump the fence flipping at night. We did that when we went to buy a car for Wendy years and years ago, but just climbed over the fence and went and looked at the car a bit flipping closer without salesperson driving us crazy. And it never had any problems. Yeah, it gets wild about with the stolen. Yeah, but they stole. I think it was. I think it was all Dodge Challengers and Dodge Chargers is what they took. I don't know if they took anything else. I think that was all they took. But there's 7 or 8 of the bloody things one night. It must have been flipping good for security. Security must have been just watching them go past. And it's a dead end street. It might have been a clue. This. I mean, I think security was asleep. That would be if it can happen to me, probably. If I was security there, I'd be. Inside job, yeah, I don't know. I saw some of those security people. They didn't flipping have a lot of. I don't think they could power a light bulb between the pair of them. But anyway. So if that was an inside job, now I think I know. Oh, I didn't send this out. Yeah. But anyway, got that one done. So we'll see. I haven't seen if I haven't been paid for that yet. Sometimes they do their reviews at a very odd time at night. Like I was getting the like when Proxy Pitch checks them and does their review on it. It could be anything from like I don't know 10 o'clock at night till you've been 4 o'clock in the morning. Very very odd. And then you start getting offers as well that time of night too. And the other thing is like they've got this tier system on Proxy Picks now, which they've had maybe a couple of months now. It's fireworks. I guess flipping the Chiefs must have won. Anyway, but they I think they're playing at home, aren't they? I can't see it from here, and I'm not going near the stadium. I heard um the planes go over earlier. We was actually at that car dealership, and the what's those flipping planes? Stealth bombers. They went over. Heard them going over. But yeah, it was So anyway, yeah, those other car dealerships ones were coming in again last night. They've been on and off during the week, like 8 or 10 of them, I think. Oh, they had lightning at the game. Oh, that was why it got delayed then. When you said it got delayed, and I said, why would they delay it? We did see some the weather and that around there. We had a little bit of rain. I mean, it was tiny. It wasn't a lot, but it did seem to be a bit dark over that way. But we didn't. And that was why I headed towards the car dealership. I thought, oh, if it's getting dark over there, I'll be able to go get the pictures done earlier. Well, that's stupid thinking, because and he still wouldn't be able to start until 7:58. The images they show were quite scary. Oh yeah, I mean, crying out loud, playing out there in the flipping lightning. I mean, I don't care about flipping being out there in the rain, but when you start playing that lightning lark, I'm not playing that. I did that one time. It was lightning when I was going up someone's driveway and coming back down it. Oh, I'm not playing that again. No, 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 no. It gave me some good light on their driveway, but Christ, I'm not gonna be playing that. Nope, no flipping dodging lightning from me. Someone else can go play that silly game. But there really wasn't a lot of rain, not from what we got at least. From what we had, it seemed like, hey, Stone, how you doing? I mean, for the rain that we had, it seemed like there was a few birds or something on top of us just taking a pee. I mean, it just wasn't anything to worry about at all. But I'm sure Wendy's enjoying it. Well, unfortunately, I took my medicine before I knew you were going to be live. Now I'm going to sleep. Well, that's me because I normally send people to sleep. Yeah, it's fireworks. And when I'm not sending other people to sleep, I send myself to sleep. As we've all seen on my videos. Nieces, get rest, sweetie, talk tomorrow. Yeah, if you take the medication, then it's time to go sneezies. Because the last thing you want to do is to wake yourself up flipping and can't get to sleep. That game I've played. But thanks for popping by. Very nice of you to be here. It was rather than an impromptu live anyway, so. What are you up tonight, Mr. Womble? Well, I say not just. Well, we went out and done some proxy picks assignments and got home, and my wife rushed indoors because Kansas City Chiefs are playing bloody football. So she's gone in there to watch that. Me, I don't care. Niecy's on the other hand, she's a fan, not me. Yes, Stone, we'll keep you. She makes a good wrench candidate. Oh, Stone? Stone, okay. All right, Stone, you're going to join us. It's the Smurf Brigade. Eric was in here a little while ago. I don't know what happened. Maybe I was too busy rabbiting. hopefully Eric's doing all right now. I did watch his video where he it was his live show, wasn't it? He was doing a live show, and he'd said, and someone else has said that I should go watch it, so I did. And it was where he was having troubles at a uh, apartment complex dealing with, I think it was fetch packages. Anyhow, he seemed to think it was okay that he showed it, but I don't know. I kind of, it's not that I didn't like it. I didn't like it that it was. He was obviously having problems. He didn't really need to have people on him when he was doing that. But it was very good of Free Stacks to go help him. That's for sure. Very nice of him. My daughter watching at my friend's house. She is house sitting the animals and eating good dear. Wow. Well, hopefully she leaves some for the animals. Oh, you did not have to do a wrench. Oh, well, didn't you join in with the wrench crew? You join in with the Smurfs. You look like a Smurf, just like everybody else. And we know you're the legitimate one. So sometimes we get people in here that are cloned. Like there's a clone of Dashing Womble, would you believe? But they've got a green sign on there. The blue Smurfs. That's it, yeah. I like the Smurfs. I haven't seen the Smurfs for a while. Maybe I need to go watch the Smurfs. Mm, they were funny. They were fun to watch. But no, it's just I could have done door dashing though. We was in the delivery area at some stage. We went and got something to eat, which I actually did some filming while I was there at that place where we ate at. I've done a review on that place before now, but we haven't been back there for a while. But anyway, I did a oh, excuse me, a video of it now. So I may put that out later on. I would never understand trolls and evil people. I am too old for drama or for take time like they do. I don't know why the trolls are out there. I don't understand why. I mean, good grief, surely you must have something else to do with your lives. But it was weird. When I did a live show a few nights ago, I think it was, and I hadn't said it because when you go in to do a live show, it asks you, is it made for kids? Well, no. Probably best it's not. So no, because who knows what's going to come out of my mouth. Anyway, so I put no, and then it also asks you another question there after that. Do you want to restrict it for over 18 only, or you can just leave it as where it is? And I just said, yeah, for over 18 only. No, I didn't. I forgot to do that time. I totally forgot to do all of that. And just left it. And then we got a whole bunch of trolls in there. And then about 10 o'clock, it stopped. Guess mummy and daddy's had to go put them all to bed. My plate is too full. Amazing they have the time to be ugly. Yeah, tell you. I had to turn my notifications on all. Mrs. Womble's fine tonight. She's had a rough week at the beginning of the week, but she was fine today. And when we got home, she's been itching to get home because Kansas City Chiefs were playing for the first time tonight. That meant anything, apparently. And she had it on tape anyway, or DVR or whatever you call it. And well, she was out of here rather quickly when we got home. But yeah, she was okay. She's been okay today. But Monday she went to dialysis. She goes there tomorrow morning too. But Monday she went. There's a bit of traffic around here now because the game's finished, isn't it? And they played at home, so people are around here a little bit more now. Anyway, but Monday she went to dialysis, and I guess the people that are normally there are off all day because of the holiday, and they had a bunch of what they call floaters, and they evidently didn't treat her. It's not that they didn't treat her well; it was that they didn't understand where to put the needle, and they put it too high, and she kept telling him it hurts, and this idiot carried on doing it, and they ran it for an hour, I think is what she said, and they couldn't get it to work properly and whatever. And I said to them, I am so sick and tired of these people when they have these floaters. I mean, do they not read flipping computer screens? And if they can't read the bloody computer screen, just take a damn picture of how it's supposed to be and pin that to the bloody front of the computer with someone's name on it. For crying out loud, this is absolutely ridiculous that they have these idiots. Oh my gosh, I had no idea. Yeah, she goes to, she needs a kidney transplant. So she was very bad. She was not good on Monday. Um, and she's very tough. She's so tough. Me, I see something like that coming towards me. There ain't no way in hell it's coming in me. Nope, 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 nope. But I mean, she was near enough crying on been Monday. It was so much pain for her, so much pain. And I'm glad I wasn't there because I would have probably knocked the geezer out. But anyway, she had to go. She went Monday rather, and she got home from that. She had a good rest and that. And then Tuesday she went. She had to go back there Tuesday because normally it's like Monday, Wednesday, and Friday that she goes. There's 3 days a week, which is more than enough. And so then she had to go because it didn't work Monday properly because they cocked it up. She went in Tuesday, then she had to go in on Wednesday. Today she got a day off from it all, and then she's back in tomorrow. And then she's off for the weekend, which I know she's going to be very, very happy about. She was happy to be off today, but no, she needs a kidney transplant. But like I said, she's been very tough when they found out that she had diabetes and that. She, which they didn't figure out until she retired from work. Um, but they needed to put injections and that in her eyes. There was something wrong with her eyes, and she had to go to this clinic, not all that far from us, and they put this injection right in your eye. I mean, there's no hiding from that. No hiding. There's no way in hell I would have done that. But she did it. She had it done several times. Let's put this up in it. My friend Bessie is on dialysis. She is 57 and an amazing woman full of the Holy Spirit. It takes a toll on people. It does take a toll. Some days she's okay. It goes all smoothly and it's okay. But sometimes, I mean, a lot of times they'll take too much of whatever they're supposed to take, and it just doesn't go as smooth as other times, and it lowers her blood pressure, and then she starts flipping having a dizzy spell or whatever, and or she's a bit lightheaded, etc. So she has to sit and wait there for maybe an hour. But it does take a toll, that's for sure. Yeah, I think she is back on. She's on the wait list again. On the wait list now. Um, she had to be. She was off of it for. Well, she wasn't quite on it for a while. Um, because she had to have some. Oh, what was that thing? There was a hepatitis thing. I think that she had to do. She had to do a series of injections and stuff for that. But anyway, so she went. She's done all of that now. Um, I don't understand what it was all about, but there's a lot of medical stuff that both of us do not understand it all. But anyway, her brother, they wouldn't let me give her a kidney. They said I was too fat. Cheeky bastards. Anyway, but then, but her brother, got tested, put himself up for there, and he's got early stages of Parkinson's disease, so he's got troubles himself, but he's put himself up there, and he was finally able to do a test, and I think he's actually a match now, and I believe this is also he's trying to make this his last year at where he works, and but he wants to see if they'll do the kidney transplant soon-ish, so they can so he can get paid for his time off. I suppose I don't know. Um, but no, that's very nice of him for sure, because he's got problems there, as I said. But I don't know where we are in all of this. It's all very confusing. And then next week, as I understand, I think on Tuesday, we go to the actual transplant hospital where they'll do it, I believe, and which is downtown Kansas City. And then we have to meet with all sorts of doctors there and whoever else. Which I actually don't always go into because I can't wander around there. Thank you, Stone. Thank you. Yeah, there's so much of it. And then one of the doctors, she did a whole bunch of stuff with, and then that doctor decided to leave, so you had to start all over again. Yeah, we're in Missouri, Kansas City area. I'm waiting also to see I haven't seen when their friend is going to be buried. I went to the Arch in 1992. It was like 170. It was what? 170. It was like 17. Oh, you was like 17. Yeah, the Arch. Hell, in St. Louis. Oof. Going up in that little train on the way up there. Holy crap! It was like being in a flipping washing machine. Going up in that thing, and it creaked all the way up and down. Mm, didn't like that much. It was great when you got to the top. A lot of views. How long have I been vlogging? I started maybe 2 years ago. I don't know. Let's double check on it. I think it tells you ripping when I started. If you go to the main page, it says where I started. Okay, so I joined here in 22, 7th of July 22. And maybe that's when I did the first video. My first video would have been a full video. And let's go for the oldest. That looks like the oldest. It's 2 years ago. So 2 years. Yeah, I thought about it for a while, what to do, how to do it, looked at other videos. But yeah, I've been doing DoorDash about 3 years apparently. But then I started the YouTube channel 2 years ago apparently. But I watched like lots of other videos and just to see how everyone else was doing it, and finally I went enough. I'm just gonna do it as I see fit. Yeah, it did exactly like a washing machine, and clicked all the way up. I think it's 4 or 5. Oh yeah, fits 4 or 5 people. Yeah, unless you're the size of me. But anyway, well, I wasn't there, so I was quite slim when I went in there, but crying out loud. And it was hot in there, as I remember right. I can't. Well, I don't know. I can't say yay or nay on that. But getting to the top was good because get to see a bloody great view. I know that. But but no, I mean that bloody washing machine going up and that thing. That was a bit of a worry, but it was fun. And then we went. I think that same year we went down onto one of the boats on the Mississippi, and holy crap, that was something else, wasn't it? We went down there, and I'd parked right by the river as well. And when we got to the boat, I don't know, I must have been bit worn out or something, I don't know. But we got to the boat, and I'd forgotten my hat. Didn't take a hat with me, and I said, "Oh, that's okay, that'll be fine." Holy shit! Well, I was out there on the deck, flipping, taking all the pictures along the river and that, and it was a bright, flipping, sunny day, and that flipping sun was reflecting on the water and rebounding up to me. Well, we were staying in St. Louis as well. We had a hotel there at that point. And oh, good grief, I was so hot as well. Uh, so we ended up going to possibly Walmart or Target or something like that out there, and got this stuff to cool the sunburn down because obviously got sunburn on that, and because it don't take long for me to grip and get a burn. But anyway, so put this stuff on, and it reacted to me, or I reacted to it, whichever. But anyway, they put this stuff on, and it had aloe vera or whatever in it, and it felt really flipping nice. It was really nice and cool. The only thing was, is I looked like bloody Elephant Man when I put it all on. I mean, I reacted pretty flipping badly to it, and it looked like my eyes. I mean, just went into tunnels. It just like grew out. So the next morning, I mean, we were at the hotel, and next it was so funny. Next morning, wake up, or I'm awake, and the what do you call it, a cleaning lady or whatever that, I can't remember the name. Anyway, she knocks on the door, and pretty flipping hard as well. And I was right there, and I flipping ripped open the door, and the poor woman flipping must have jumped back about 4 or 5 foot, because all she saw was me flipping opening up the door, ripped it open, and 'cause she was pretty loud and bloody obnoxious with it, and my eyes were like tunneled in my head, and I was like, I'd swollen up with all this flipping with the heat and this aloe vera or whatever I put on me. Well, this woman scared the crap out of her. And then I went and looked in the mirror after she'd gone, probably running down the halls. But anyway, and I looked in the mirror and went, holy shit. I wish I could remember the hotel name we stayed. Our director put toothpaste on in our doors and knew who went out to their room. So we took everyone's pics out. Oh, I have no idea. Oh, I didn't go to the baseball thing. It was, yeah, it's we did some touring and that in there. We did see. I think we saw the baseball thing. Yeah, because one of the hotels, flipping, was in the Cardinals. That's right. The hotel was right next door to the bloody thing. That place. That was one of the hotels. It wasn't the one when we went to the Arch. I don't think. Don't remember. Well, she stayed out there a couple of times. And one of the hotels was right next to the Arch, and the baseball thing, and you can see into it. To me, it didn't matter if it'd been old shit, but it but it would have been good for a fan to be able to see all of that. But apparently, it wasn't such a good part of town either. But where is anymore? Although our part of town would be pretty shipping good if we didn't have dipsticks living across the road. But yeah, that poor woman must have given her nightmares. Ripped open the door. Like, what the hell? I didn't say anything. I just ripped open the door so quick. Uh, and then I saw myself in the mirror. And it scared the crap out of myself. Well, we've done some travelling in that around. Travelled around the US in various places. Had some fun. It's very odd why they would put toothpaste in your doors. Oh. Who left the hotel room? Me. Toothpicks. So if Cheryl, the teacher, would know. Oh, okay. And that flipping weird. I don't know if you can do that. I had delivery to a hotel not too long ago, maybe about 3 months ago, and it's not a very good hotel. In another delivery area, it was. Was it a door? I think it was a DoorDash. Can't remember. But anyway, went over there and done that, and they said they couldn't leave the room. They said they were there for a wrestling match or something, wrestling show, and their manager had put something on the room door, and to leave it outside the room. Okay. Well, you're still going to have to open the bloody door and all the vipping, get your food. Anyway, but I didn't see it. I got back down to the vehicle and drove off. And then I saw a message from them. Can I put something back on the door? I think there was a seal or something. Could I put the seal back on the door? Well, I was already gone by then. Huh. I guess the teacher didn't flipping trust you, huh? There was a car in front of that flipping bike. Presley, how are you doing? Nearly time for you to go nap, isn't it? I was feeling pretty flipping tired when we turned up. Oh. Mrs. Womble was gone in to watch the game. She had it on video. Well, yeah, we're okay. Did some proxy pics assignments, done some pictures. Did that one at the car dealership. I was lucky in the fact that they had a couple of late night deals going on, so they were open longer, and I was able to get the pictures of the building and everything else that they wanted. So hopefully that's enough for them. Yeah, I heard the fireworks going off just a little while ago, maybe about 20 minutes or so ago. So I'm going to guess they won. So Mrs. Womble is going to be very, very happy, no doubt, when I get in there. Or snoozing. Yeah, we're on Central yet. Yeah, me, it's my wife's thing. She enjoys watching the Chiefs. She's grown up watching the Chiefs. Me, I don't care. That's surfing. The down to the wire, was it? Well, yes, I heard all the fireworks and such going off. If I'd backed up, maybe I could have seen fireworks at the stadium, but I didn't bother. I heard the stealth bombers go over before the game. We was actually at the car dealership we were at to take pictures, and I heard them go off over there. Which, as I said before, I used to work at that car dealership, and several times while I was working there, I'd be outside, and you'll see the bombers go over after they've been to the stadium, I suppose. They just do a loop. Sometimes bloody low, too. My dad was a Cowboys and Denver fan. I'm a Green Bay fan. My daughter is a Steelers fan. Oh, okay. I'm a Chelsea fan. Which is proper football. Although I haven't watched European football for a long time, so. It used to be a lot better, I'll tell you that. When they would all get Vipping stuck in and Vipping play the game and not Vipping worry about their haircuts. About Vipping knocking their Vipping hair out of place on their head. Oh. Yeah, sorry about that, Stone. Bloody hurts when your dad goes, I know. Some days I think I'm going to give my dad a call. And he's been gone since 2000. In fact, I was ringing my dad, fibbing several times, and he wasn't answering the phone. Only to find out that he was laying upstairs. Probably already gone. Was an amazing man. Sometimes I wish he was an evil man so I would not miss him so much. But I shouldn't think that way. Yeah, it's bloody hard not to miss them. Bloody hard. Me and my dad was flipping. We didn't always see eye to eye. A lot of times we didn't see eye to eye because it was just me and him. Because my mother left when I was like on the night of my 4th birthday is when she left. My dad was actually at work, and the next morning my flipping dad came back, and I never ever forgive my flipping mother for how I watched my dad crumble after that. Never ever did forgive her for that. In fact, we was out one day in Tesco's, which was a local, I don't know, like a, I don't know what you got over here, Price Chopper or whatever, Safeways, like Safeways. You got a Safeways here. We had Safeways back in England, still do. Anyway, so we were in there, and my mother walked through there, and I was still a flipping young lad, and I went ballistic. Absolutely, I was madder than hell that she was in there. So mad, and I got thrown out the shop. but I was very young, very young. And then she called the house one day. That was another thing. She rang the house, and I picked up the phone, and she goes, "Is that Ray?" And I went, "Yes." She says, "Do you know who this is?" Nope. She says, "This is your mother." And you know what I did? Turn around, handed, and went, "Dad, phone for you." Didn't ever want to talk to her. But I did meet her later on in years. I think, when was it? But when I was about 28. So when did I come here? It was around about when I was 30 then, 28, 30. I can't quite remember at this stage. I did get to know her. She didn't live all that far away. And now there's even more that I just, and I never did forgive. I told her I could never ever forgive you for what you did to my dad. And because he was the one that stood by me and brought me up. And but you know, my wife Wendy got to meet her and such, but I was never really sure. I did do some stuff for my mother and such, and when my dad had passed, she was there wanting stuff from the house. And I did buy her when I'd sold the home. I bought her a what's that, mobility scooter so she could get around. And you know, knowing what I would know now, I would not have done all that now. Would never have done it if I'd known how she was. I would never have done that. Yeah, my dad was not. He was you. My mother had left a couple of times, and I'd say, and he'd come home from work, and she'd put me in a home somewhere, or just left me and the dog somewhere, and my dad would have to go retrieve me. Very odd behaviour, and but then, but like coming back later on in years, I can't remember how far back now. My mother had got. We still knew her, but I wasn't. I was never that close to her. And then I spoke to her, and she was in a home somewhere, like a council-run home, senior living or whatever you want to call it. And I guess she was going a bit fipping crackers at the time. She was losing it, but then and she had a son. Also, she had a son. So my half brother, and he was an absolute flipping idiot. So I never really wanted bothered about him. And I only found out about him when I went to meet her for the first time in many years. And bearing in mind when I found her, we didn't have the internet back then, so it was a lot of flipping effort to try and find her. A lot of effort. And but anyway, after she passed, I actually got a call from the Wimbledon police station, And Wimbledon police station was actually plugged into my phone for some reason. So when it came up saying Wimbledon police are calling, I was driving to work over in Kansas and went, "No, what the fuck is this? Why are Wimbledon police calling me?" And I can't have done anything wrong. Crikey, I'm flipping here in the middle of bloody Kansas City. What the hell? Anyhow, they called and they told me that she'd gone. Anyway, but I didn't really feel a whole lot about it. It somewhat hit me a little bit, but not as bad as it hit me dad. Hit me when my dad went, obviously. But anyway, and then coming back a few years, going on after COVID, I think it was. I'd have to look on the dates on all of it. I got a letter from a solicitor or an attorney from back home in London. And I guess they'd written a few times and I just didn't see the letter or just ignored it. I don't know, I don't know what it was. So you get all this stuff and you think, oh, it's flipping crap mail. Someone trying to sell you something or whatever. Anyhow, my wife opened it and she said, oh, I think you should look at this. And I looked at that and I went, opened it up, looked at it, and it was from this, well, we call it a solicitor. So it was actually a inheritance solicitor, I think is what it was. Anyway, and this lot had actually been on television. Apparently, they like go all the way down the line, like your family heritage line, ancestry stuff. When someone passes away, and she'd passed away in a council run place, like so a state run, whatever you want to call it, and there was and even though she had a son, um, aside from me, they still have to go all the way down the line to so if there's like actually stuff, if she'd owned a house or something, you'd go down the line and they just sell it and split up the profits or whatever is of it. And anyway, she never had a pot of pissing anyway, but not that I really cared about that and really wasn't all that cut up when she went. But but the weird thing was is I called this solicitor in London and said, I know I've got your letter and everything. I don't know what goes on here. Anyway, so I called this solicitor, like I said. I said, I got your letter. What do you need? And they said, well, we need you to sign some paperwork. Okay. So I signed all the paperwork, whatever it was. They said, it's not a big inheritance. I said, that's fine, whatever you need me to do, whatever. And they said, when I signed it all, they said, oh, thank you very much. We'll let you know when we hear from the others. You what now? Hear from the, oh, you mean from Tommy? No, the others. Do you mean others? As far as I know, it's just me and the flipping half brother who's an absolute dipstick. And they said none of their suffers. Mhm. So apparently, before me, she was married to someone else before my dad, and she had a daughter there. She then left that bloke and went to further on and had a couple more kids, which she adopted out. And then found the next culprit, next victim, who was my dad. And then after that, went off and had this other one. I think I was around 56 at that time when I heard that, and I was fucking pissed. So pissed. Because of all the time that I did spend with her, she could have flipping told me that there was others, but she never felt the need. And so flipping angry. And then I asked the attorney when it was all over and done with the inheritance attorney, is there a way that I can get to talk to my sister? And or half sister, I mean. Well, we'll have to talk with her about that. Fine, do whatever you got to do. And so they did that, and she agreed. And she wanted me to write to her, and I did, but something or other happened with the letter or whatever. But anyway, so I ended up calling her. I mean, she had no idea, just like I didn't. None of us had any idea. She lived, well, she still lives, hopefully, about probably about 120 miles north of London, in a very nice very nice area, and a nice part of England. But I mean, she's married, and she wasn't in good health. And I spoke to her and her husband, had a good old chat and that. But she told me what had happened. So, like I said, she'd left her father, her dad, and gone off to pursue other flipping relations, I suppose, is a way. And but she was still married to him. And Carol is the sister's name, or half sister. And she said that her father died at a very young age for her. And I think maybe in her toddler age. Hey, David. Hope you're doing well tonight. We're just talking about the flipping. Well, you'll get the gist of it as I go along. So, so she told me what my mother and her mother had actually done. So her father passed away when she was very young, maybe 6 or 7, and my mother went there on the day of the funeral, and immediately after the funeral, sold everything, sold literally everything, because she was still married to him. Sold the house, sold everything in the house, and put Carol in in foster care, and left. She didn't leave her anything. She just left her there, and just left her to it. And then she went off back. Mother went off and done whatever else she was going to do. And then, like I said, went off and found other relations, and I've got 2 siblings, I suppose, that are adopted out somewhere. I know where they were born. Um, Roughly an idea of which years and that. But and she just left them, and then she went off and found the next victim, which was my dad, and then tried the bloody same for them. Same with me. But my dad wouldn't have any of it. And finally, when they got divorced, my dad had to go to like the highest flipping court in the land, which was the Old Bailey, and fought like shit to flipping keep me. She wanted me. What in the hell? She wanted me. And my dad fought like hell for flipping let the courts have me. But he ended up having to give her half the money for the house, which he'd paid for. And yeah, so four of us, yeah. One's an absolute flipping buffoon, so I wouldn't even worry about him. But the but Carol, the sister, is wasn't in good health. I spoke to her several times on the phone. She couldn't ever ring here because, well, it was expensive, and they're not internet savvy. But she was in very poor health, and the poor woman's in shock, in so much shock. But I spoke with her, but it always seemed like it was hard because I mean you can't ever tell Vipin what people are doing when you call them because well you haven't got a video camera on them. Hey Chris, how you doing, mate? And so it always seemed like I was disturbing them in a way, so I ended up stopped calling them. But that was only sometime last year. So. No, he didn't. He didn't. He would have told me. He would have told. He never ever spoke flipping ill of me mother though. He would always let me flipping figure it out. I think like that time when I flipping went ballistic in the shop, he would just leave it to me to figure it out how I felt. But yeah, but all that time that she could have actually said about it and she didn't. Yeah, he was. Dad was very strict. And obviously he was peeved off after she went. Well, not so much peeved off. He was upset, but. Presley, Angela said you are cut off until she gets a t-shirt. Oh, I've got to do a video about that. I haven't done the video about that, Presley. Hasn't really been the shirt for me to wear, to be fair. Yeah, they're good shirts. They're nice shirts. No more hot tub. You see Mr. Chucks in it. I've got a couple of videos where we've had them on, but it didn't seem fitting to be wearing that shirt after a friend got murdered. Oh, I did a video. Oh, I did the live show. I didn't really do a video about it. I wanted to do a standalone video about it, but all things went a little bit different here, didn't it? So, David, are you at work tonight? Working until 6 in the morning time, or? Oh, you know what? I'm drinking here. I'm bloody sitting here gasping. Got a bottle of Coke tonight. I generally don't drink a lot of Coke, but I had one a few nights ago. I thought I would have one again. But Coke is so flipping sharp. Unless you get the Mexican Coke. Coke. It's not as sharp as the plastic bottle ones. At least I find. It's better when it's flatter. I've been to Grand Canyon, Arizona. Very nice, isn't it? I've been there too. I fell down the canyon. That's a flipping story to tell you. The parts I seen were nice. Been to Oregon. Never been there. California, yes. Myrtle Beach. Oh, Myrtle Beach, Carolina. And Florida. There's a lot to see in the US. There's a lot to see in England, crying out loud. Freaking. Oh, you're diabetic too? I can't do the diet stuff. I drink a lot of, say, a lot of Powerade or Gatorade because it's not fizzy. I want to see Niagara Falls. Niagara Falls is absolutely lovely. That we stayed at Niagara Falls, drove up there on their first anniversary, wedding anniversary. Oh my gosh, what a lovely place it is. Our hotel, Vippin, overlooked the falls. Right there, Vippin. We had a great big window in it, overlooked the falls. And we had this great big television and that in the room. There was no point. We didn't need the telly. We just Vippin overlooked the falls all night long because it has like colour changing lights in it. And it's just flipping, just mesmerising. And it's just so nice. And we did a helicopter ride over it, flying over it too. That was real good. And you can also go through the back of the falls as well, so you can, and you get kind of wet too. But went on that, and then we also went on the boat that went around the base of the falls as well. But it is absolutely flipping lovely there. Absolutely lovely. Yeah. And then there's a museum about it where all these crazy people wanted to take flipping beer barrels or whiskey barrels or whatever and go over the falls and that. And crazy people. I don't know what the best time of the year was. I mean, our anniversary is in December, but we went before that, just a little bit before that, I think. Because we went on a road trip and did some drive. Oh, it would have been around fall. That was right, because we went over there, went to Vermont as well, and it had all the fall as well, foliage. But no, it was absolutely blind. And like when we went there, they had all these London buses as well there as well, like the old double decker buses that were there, because Canada is. I don't know if it's still a British European state, isn't it? Still a British owned or whatever. And then there was an awful lot of Indian people there as well. It's just like being back home. Not that I dislike Indian people, but it was quite flipping funny going back there. I don't dislike Indian people, but oh, good grief, Vermont is absolute beauty. Was it in Vermont? The Champlain Islands in Vermont, I believe that is. And I found out that the big open water that's in there called the Champlain is millions and millions of years ago used to be attached to Loch Ness up in Scotland. So there may be a few flipping little Loch Ness monsters in there still. Lots of Indian people in London. I had no idea. Oh, good grief, there's so many Indian people in London. Well, we flipping robbed them of their country, didn't we? We've been England flipping invaded everywhere. Flipping our great grandfathers invaded everybody, including flipping India. There's nothing wrong with Indian people. There's good people in good and bad people in all cultures. But the Indian people and black people as well all get flipping bad raps because they look different, I suppose. I don't know. A load of bollocks. Good and bad and all. Oh, you flipping you in your ears to flipping hearing me fall down a canyon. Good grief. Yeah, so we went to the Grand Canyon. I don't know where we were in it. And Wendy will be flipping kicking my ass now. And he does. And so anyway, we were walking around and taking pictures all over the place and got out of the car park and was walking down these steps that, they cut out of stone. And I fell down the steps, did something to my ankle. So that I always say I fell down a flipping canyon. I tripped, so I didn't fall flipping face down, but it didn't half hurt my flipping ankle, I'll tell you that. When we went, so many people told us people fall and die there. I'm really scared of heights. Yeah, well, then you get to look over that. Oof. Yeah, there's, yeah. Don't worry if you've been. I weren't flipping happy at the time, but I keep saying I fell down the canyon, and Wendy would go, "You didn't fall down the canyon." I did. You didn't see me fall upwards, did you? Anyway, here's a sight. Nah, no pictures do it justice. It is absolute. It's just amazing how it's all turned out. There's so much to see. There's so much to see in everywhere you go, anywhere and everywhere. Wherever you go in this world, there's something to see. You can't just dismiss a place. I mean, there's always something to see. Definitely, yep, fell down the canyon. Did not fall up the steps, I fell down it. I may have only gone down 2 or 3, but that was enough. Oh, God. But there's a lot to see there. I think there was like an old airline museum as well there. And then I spotted Freddie Flintstone's car as well there, somewhere in Arizona, near the canyon, rather. I'm sure there is, though. It's always flipping a hidden gem somewhere. It's like when I was able to walk more, we go out for some, not so much hiking tours, but we go out and explore some of Missouri, and I can't remember this flipping, maybe it's Watkins Mill, possibly. And there was this mill out in the middle of nowhere that actually, if I could find it now and it was easy accessible, I would go see it because got better cameras flipping and take some pictures of that. Good grief, it was so nice. Just out in the flipping woods. Yeah, that's a big ass canyon though. Big ass. I've never been to Mississippi. Arkansas, yes, been there. We've driven along and gone Tennessee, Georgia, into Florida. We've been into Florida a couple of times actually. But never gone further south than that. What all is in Missouri to see? Good grief. For me, it's loads of car museums. But I mean, there's what's that thing? They've got Elephant Rocks over in more or less St. Louis area. Roller has some stuff there. Fulton, Missouri. Well, Fulton, Missouri. When I was doing more of the British, like trying to find out more about British in the area, because I was doing that festival and I was trying to learn about stuff that was here, and even we're doing the Brick Club as well, because I've restarted our Brick group now, and we would want to go see places that was all, that related to the English and the British all as a whole. And so out in Fulton, Missouri, which is just past Columbia, so it's about just over halfway between here and St. Louis, and they've got this church there, like a cathedral, really, but I mean it's a church, and they brought it here brick by brick. They took it down from England somewhere and brought it here brick by brick and reassembled it here in Fulton, Missouri. And they've got this uh, museum that's right next to it, or all part of it, and it's a Winston Churchill museum. And of course, he'd been there to see it all as well. But anyway, and there's a statue of Winston and his wife and his dog in Kansas City on the Plaza area. But but yeah, there's a big museum about Winston Churchill there, and there's also a bed and breakfast there in Fulton where Margaret Thatcher stayed. Not that apparently my belly didn't like that, but anyway, there's a lot there for me. I mean, but there's a lot else. We went through Memphis, I believe. Oh, and of course, in Missouri is also a hometown of Walt Disney. Where did he grow up? I can't think of the name, but Marceline, that was it. Marceline, Missouri, which is just north of here, is where maybe about 120 miles north of here, possibly somewhere around about like that, is where he grew up. Beale Street. Is that in Memphis? I don't know. I've heard of it. Yeah, there's a Winston Churchill Museum there. Yep. If you look it up, it's in Fulton, Missouri. That's Fulton. And there's a great little car museum there too. Nothing to do with him, but it's a lot of flipping nice cars in there. Lots of blues, but Beale Street. Okay, yeah. Just had several customers down that way flipping. Not too many though. Down that way, it used to play the harmonica when I was selling those. I wonder why so many car museums. Oh yeah, I mean there's car museums here in town. There's the Kansas City Car Museum, which isn't all that old. Maybe 10 years possibly. And that's not all that big. I think it was a bunch of attorneys or whatever put this bloody thing together. But I mean, there's some nice cars and that in there, and but you'll find that the car museums is really storage for people that have got these old cars and don't really have the storage at home or whatever, and they park them in the museum and pay for them to be VIP in the museum, but let people go around and look at them. And then there's I think the other one's called the Wagner Museum, possibly. It's over in Lenexa, in it, and that one really is. They do a lot of storage of cars there for people, and they work on them as well there. And there's an old London telephone box, or the red kiosk, is what you all may be used to seeing. You got one of those in there, but they got whole loads of cars there, and all you do is just pay $1 to go in there. But I went in there so many times to look around that they never even bothered to charge me anymore. I haven't been there for a while though. And then there's another one called there. And I only told someone recently what it was called, and I can't remember it now. But you don't even know it's there. If you would never know it was there. It's not a public place. As of such, they do events there, but they do a lot of restorations, and it's there's a they got this manufacturing place right next to it, and they make well, they make a lot of lights, but they make LED headlights and such for vehicles, and it's right next door, and actually they have a place just outside of London as well. um and I actually had them go to our uh, be a vendor at the British Festival, but they got this standalone car museum, which is just a warehouse, just bog standard warehouse. You wouldn't know that that car museum is there, but when you go in there, because you go in there, they said that they like people of maybe 10, a group of 10 of you to go in, and then you just put in a donation. I think they just like want $100 each time you go in there, and then they just give that money to charity anyway. But it's but going, I can't remember the name of it. Can't remember the bloody name of it. But you go in there, oh my gosh! I mean, they got Ferraris in there. They got a 1912 Rolls Royce that they haven't restored. Um, they've got various British vehicles in there. They got Studebakers. They got a lot of Studebakers in there. And they've got lots of pedal cars, and there's some bicycles too. There's some mopeds. There's some motorcycles, and they've got even little toy cars and that in there. I mean, there is so much in that place. It is packed solid with vehicles, uh, with all these different things relating to the motor vehicles. Um, in one of their event rooms, they've got a they made it into an old British garage. Basically, it looks like an old British garage, and they've got a couple of cars and that in it that are being worked on. Usual British thing. And they've got one of these old scanner things, that you test the cars on and such. Because yes, we did have them back in the olden days, and in fact, one of them was what I've been trained to work on, which makes me feel very, very bloody old when I saw that. Like, oh my god. Anyway, um, and yeah, like I said, and they've got like a little office area that you can go and sit in and see all the stuff and that. And they've got some old petrol pumps that are right outside of it, and some cars at the petrol pumps. They move all these vehicles around as well. and they've got like a diner as well at another end with a couple of hot rods or whatever outside it, because it's quite a big flipping room they got this in. And then there's some tiki bar or something like that in there, as I recall. And I think there's 3 levels in this place. I mean, there is fucking cars that are just balls to the wall. So many cars. I really need to go in there and do a video at some stage. I've got some people that would go there. It would take me a long time to get around it, I think, nowadays. But even when we all went in there as a group, it was absolutely fantastic. But you had to know someone how to get in there. I happen to know the bloke to get in there, but what I did do, I don't know if he's still around. Must see if I can look him up. Oh, the Armour Cost. Okay, so if any of you want to look it up, it's called the Armour Cost Museum, and they got a website too. Or at least they did have. Oh, it's just trying to find it now. Yeah, Armour Cost Museum. So if you're looking that up, let me see if I can get it this way for you. I mean, a lot of the local car places know of it, but car clubs and such. But they got so many vehicles in there. There's some of them, I suppose. There's a picture. I've got pictures somewhere, but and it can be that close in there too. But they got old Mercedes, which I just see the back front of one there, I believe, in the back. Mercedes, all sorts of stuff. Rolls Royces, MGs, of course, everybody knows what an MG looks like. So many of the bloody things. Triumphs. I said to someone recently about it, and we need to go there and look at it. Because we haven't been for a long time. A very long time. But like I said, they've got so many cars and that in there. And there's other ripping places that they've made where they've made a fascia on it and got a fascia rather on the made it into looking like a garage for other vehicles as well. But I'd love to go there and I don't know if I could do a live show from it. I don't know how the signal will work in there. But we go past it. I'd say not fairly often, but we go past it. Well, I suppose we do go past it fairly often. Or past the road that it's on. But like I said, I mean, they've got toys in there, they got pedal cars in there, motoring stuff of all sorts of stuff in there. Elvis and Son Studio. Oh, was that where Elvis had his first album done on it. Was that there? Yeah, unfortunately, every part of the world there's places not to see. There's many places in London and surrounding areas that some of which I'd never want to see again. But some of those places they'll change. Someone to get in there and revitalise it and make it look all flipping pretty and change the area a bit. And loads of people will go there and it'll be a flipping hot spot to be a part of and for a while, and then it'll change again. Hey Candy, how are you doing? How's your day been? I think I'm just about to plug this flipping thing in to give it a bit of charge. If I can find the right lead. Which that is not the right lead. This is the right cable. Love museums, but I'm on a walking out, so called. I don't know what that is called. Yeah, I know what you mean, mate. Well, I don't know what. I know the walking around issue. Damn it, I'm gonna have to put the thing over it. Sorry, everybody. And I'll try to read from here. I have to send this back to myself. So I need to get to the live show. And I can read everything. I can't always read it from that far away, too little. Especially this time of night. Eyes are tired. Although I can't see Candy swinging in there. Yeah. So how's your day been today there, Candy? Kind of a spinal cord injury with a nerve damage in my tailbone. And the nerves look like a horse tail is what the equina stands for. Oh, okay. And I had this, oh, crikey. Oh, shit. Did that come with doing something, or it was just a, well, I don't know how to say it. But yeah, getting around, certainly a pain in the backside getting older. But I'm pretty much determined to go there. I'd like to go there. And I'd love to be able to do a live show from there if I could. But I don't know what the signal would be like in there. And I can't imagine filming in there, good grief, there's so much to film. I mean, we've been in there before and I've been in there for bloody hours. I've always had issues with my, oh yeah. I've always had issues with my ankylosing. What? I don't think I can read that. Does damage to spine, and they just burst. Oh my God, it just does not sound. Sounds absolutely bloody horrible. I'm sorry about that. Bloody bad type of arthritis. Good crying out loud. Uh, wow. Just goes to show someone's always worse off. It is, but most don't have. Oh, at least you're able to walk, even with the aid of a walker here. Yeah, I suppose. Good grief. I'm telling you, when these bloody health issues flipping hit you, they hit flipping badly. Yep, I use for stability when my legs get weak, I fall. My wife has issues with falling, not through that. She has a walker. Her mum gave her dad's old walker, but it's a big flipping thing, and I didn't ever want to take it in the vehicle. One, I didn't want her to get used to using it all the time. But also it's so flipping big, and there's nowhere. Well, it's a truck. I can put it in the flipping truck bed, I suppose, but couldn't ever leave it in there. I'm sure someone had steal the damn thing. Neurological nerve damage. Wow. That I can read. I couldn't read the other one. I totally understand. Yeah. I said about getting one of the smaller ones because the one that her mum gave her was it was one with a seat on it, and it's a big one. It's quite bloody heavy, but it is sturdy. Did Candy go disappear? A neurologist made me get it. I fell and broke my number 6 rib. Oh, Jesus. That was the last straw for me. Made me wake up fast. Yeah, good grief. Cracking the ribs is no fun at all. I've done that a couple of times. She may be listening. Oh, I had a couple of car accidents that involved flipping smashing the ribs. One broke a rib, cracked a rib, and the other just bruised a rib. Both were flipping not fun. Nothing like what you went through, though. Good God. No, flipping cracking a rib never seems to heal that well. Yeah, the first ripping one I did on the rib was I put a car on its roof at 90 mile an hour, and I was going down. So I laugh now. I can about flipping crap myself before, but anyway, I was on a major road outside of London, and I was overtaking this truck, lorry, and the lorry was right up the backside of another vehicle, and that vehicle, as I got to the front of the lorry, that vehicle pulled right out in front of me, and well, I moved over, hit the brakes, moved over, which put me into the grass verge, and the grass verge went down a little bit, and then of course that helped tipping turn the vehicle over, so I was on the roof going down at speed on the roof, hitting the brakes. Well, that did me no good because the wheels are on the top and they don't do that well when the bloody brakes don't work that well. And when the wheels are on top of you, they don't stop you. But I had a seatbelt on then, and anyhow, that's what cut into me rib. And then it was a couple of months later. Um, I was on the I think I was on the M25. I can't remember which shipping. I was on a motorway somewhere, not all that far from there, and excuse me, and I wasn't wearing a bloody seatbelt this time because my ribs were still hurting, and so what happened? Oh, that's right. So I was going down. I was going down the fast lane, and this idiot pulled out in front of me again. I slammed on the brakes, went over the hipping, over to the hipping hard shoulder, but put on the brakes, and then the vipping brakes locked in, and I went forward and smashed my flipping self on the steering wheel, and I was not very happy because that hurt my ribs even more. Didn't break the car at all, but fuck no, did it hurt the ribs. But that's what you get for driving too quick, I suppose. Didn't ruin that car. The car I put on its roof wasn't too flipping looking too good. I did get on the news apparently on that one, but or at least the car flipping the accident made it onto the news. But that didn't do that car the world of good, that's for sure. They could have made it into a convertible, I suppose. But luckily, no one was killed. Although I would have flipping given a right hook to the idiot that pulled out in front of me. But anyway, that's what happens. Silly things happen along our lives. Certainly gives some memories. I've been in a couple of accidents where other people have been driving. Um, One was when I was much younger, and the of all places for this car to end up, we were going down Blackshaw Road in Tooting, which was actually the road on which the hospital sat on, and a very big hospital in London. And we were going up there, and someone came out in front of the bloke that was driving, in the car. We was in a full Granada and Mark 1 Granada, nice car. And he had all these flipping clocks on the dash, you know, the rev counter and all that flipping shit. And anyhow, this person pulled out in front of me and me avoided the accident, avoided it in that. I went forward, hit the flipping clocks on the dash, and at which point, I mean, I was heading towards that, then went even more forward because we went up the curb and into the stonemasons front garden, I suppose, where they made all the tombstones, I suppose. Luckily, we didn't break any of those, but that was not a fun one either. Didn't do the car the world of good either. And then what was the other one that was? Whole bunches of fun. Have I sent everybody to sleep now? Is Candy? Oh, Candy might be still here, someone said. But yeah, Proxy Picks is certainly the one this year. Oh, thanks, Daz, for his DNA. Did your dad have that then, Stone? He was watching your plate. Was it empty? You know, as much as you watch your plate, it isn't going to flipping get any food on it. You have to get it up and flipping go put food on it. You can wish as much as you like. It don't work that way. Yeah, I reckon they should have paid me too. Oh, you was washing your plate off. You know. Oh shit! I read that wrong. No, I didn't read it wrong. You. Oh shit! Oh crikey! Yeah, I reckon they should have paid me too when I made the news. They would have. You know. Yeah. I can't get over it. You was washing your plate. You said you was watching it. I spell it wrong down this spell check. Sound like a cat just sat there and been watching the plate. Someone's going to fill that up in a minute. Holy crap. Gosh, you can say. I had to take a picture of that. I was watching to see if the steak would fall on it. Jeez. I'll take a screenshot of that. I've got to remember to tell Mrs. Womble that one. Watching, not washing. Yeah, I can't have been. Oh, crikey. Yeah, I'd rather watch it and wait for a steak or something to fall on it. Some fish and chips or bangers and mash, beans on toast. Bloody hell, make myself hungry. Egg and beans on toast. Toad in the hole. Oh, I'd love to get a toad in the hole now. Yep, my dad had the same. Baked beans on toast. So whatever flipping toasted bread you want and baked beans. Like Heinz baked beans, not the baked beans that you have here where you got all sorts of whatever in it. And it is so nice. Easy to make, but you've got to get Heinz baked beans for it to get the full effect. And then the other way would be to put a fried egg on it too, or a poached egg. Here's cartridge. Oh, shit, I can't read it. Here's cartridge. Oh my gosh, that was horrible. He slept upright. Wow. Holy crap. Well, I hardly ever go to bed anymore, but crying out loud. Sleeping. It's not a good way to get asleep. Old cartilage, okay. Bloody spell check. But you're able to get around a little bit though, right? Yeah, I know. Bloody flipping spell check cartridge. It's as bad, not as bad as flipping watching the plate or washing it. You will get a steak on it. You will get a steak on it. You will get a steak on it. It doesn't work. Maybe I've got to have a plate in front of me. Yeah, but it does. Very well. Well, hopefully, if you can, will things, is there a cure for it? Or just stuff to make it easier on you? Very odd noises in here some days. Oh, so many odd noises. Oh, excuse me. I'm gonna say I'm a battery. Do I enjoy dashing? Yes and no. I like meeting people, good people. I like meeting all the animals. Well, except those that want to eat me. Um, it's harder for me to get around anymore, but I still do it as much as I can. Um, but if I can avoid going up to what the fuck was it? Oh. So what the heck was that went past? It's someone walking past. They got a torch in their hand, and they got a light on their dog, and the dog's also got a lighted collar. It's the weirdest thing. Like I looked in the mirror and what the fuck is that? Anyway, should have took a picture, video. Uh, yeah, I mean it is good within reason. I mean I've always done something similar to doing that, delivering people or food or parcels. But but it's good to meet different people that well nice people. It's good to meet the animals. Do love meeting the animals, except the squirrel, a certain squirrel, and the bat. Didn't like the bat much. Was not impressed with the bat or the squirrel. Um and but you also get to find new places as well. No, I've never been a postman. No, never done that. But no, never been a postman. What is the bat story? Oh, good grief. The bat story. It was a nice house that I went to. It was all very well lit, which is bloody unusual when you're doing a delivery at night. Um, and I should have been suspicious at that. I mean, it was very well lit. In fact, I think we've been to it not too long ago, actually. Um, anyway, got up on their steps, and all of a sudden there was this up on their porch area. It was like I said, it was all very well lit up on it. And then this bloody bat, who was right up in the corner, had no bloody reason to come see me. It could have stayed up there. I would never even known it was there. Wouldn't even have cared. But no, bat wanted to come out and play. Holy crap! Is someone if I don't know if these people had a ringy doorbell camera or whatever, but this I put the food down. I've done all that. Went to take the picture, and all of a sudden, bat crazy decided to come down and say hello. Well, as you can probably imagine, the flap of the wings and the great big flipping black thing flying towards you, flapping its wings. Holy shit! Was a little bit worrisome. And there was lots of flapping around, not only from the bat, there was lots of words possibly. I was like, what the oh, got off of that doorstep and up to the van as quick as I could. I mean, there was no reason for this damn bat to move. It could have just stayed on there where it was. But no, we had to come down and say hello. Hello, and flip and flight me like a bat out of hell. Oh, good grief. I think I nearly laid one in my underwear at that point. Gosh, Ruth. I was flapping it. Get the fuck out of it. There was many words. I was like, why me? Why do you have to come and see me? Crazy, absolutely crazy it was. So if they had a camera, just like the person whoever got a video of me playing with the squirrel or the cat that looked like a squirrel. What else was there? Oh, then there was someone that had there was two people with dogs as well. The dog that wanted to eat me. Oh, that dog was mad. Mind you, it had been tied to a gate post, so, or someone's flipping fence post. Not in a very good part of town. This is when we first started. I should have known it as soon as I saw the flipping name of the road it was going to, because it's always on the bloody news. Oh, good grief, the squirrel. Squirrel. Oh my gosh. Again, that was when we was in the first few months or more of doing it, I think. And I was over in Kansas, in Shawnee Mission, Kansas. We'd gone for, I said, oh, let's go try somewhere different. Get around a little bit. Try it in various areas. So we went over to Overland Park, Kansas, and Shawnee Mission. They're kind of right next to each other. And yeah, well, this one didn't bite, but it. But anyway, so we go over there, do a little bit of zipping back and forth of going to different restaurants and that. And this one was during the day. And so I went to some restaurant. I think it was the Potbelly restaurant that I'd picked up from, or was it the Hawaiian? No, I think it was the Potbelly restaurant that we've been to. Potbelly something or other. I don't know. I'd never been there to eat. I don't think. Anyway, went in there, got this food. It had to go over to Shawnee Mission, and it was going to this apartment complex. At the time, I didn't know how to navigate the map, but on figuring out how to avoid those places. And so we get over there. Oh, it was a pain in the backside trying to navigate around it. And I don't know who that one is, but anyway, so we get there. I nearly ground the car. First, I thought, oh, it was the old van, and I nearly grounded it on a bloody drain that was way too high in the air. So got off of that. Part of the van. I'm like, I don't know where this flipping house is. I got to go because I was trying to look on the map that DoorDash gives you. It wasn't making any bloody sense. And I'm in this apartment complex, all these flipping blocks of flats and all that around us. And I walked. I said, I'm just going to get out and walk. Maybe it's behind this flipping block of flats or something. So I get out and I walk around the back of these flats, and I'm barely flipping around the back of it or side of it. I'm like, no, it's not there. That's not it. I've done the wrong thing. It's not around the back of here. So I called the bloke, right? So I'm stood in the back garden, or whatever you want to call it, of these blocks of flats, and there was lots of different buildings. Yeah. And so I called the bloke. I says, flats, apartments. And so um, so as I called him, I was going to ask him, where the bloody hell are you? Oh, flats, houses, no. Flats are apartments. And so, and there was blocks of these flats or apartments. So so as I dialed this bloke, now bearing in mind I'm stood in the back of this flipping garden or back of these flipping apartment buildings, and all of a sudden in the corner of my eye I see something move. And I was about 6 foot away from a tree. And it was a fairly big tree. And this thing come racing down the tree like a bat out of hell, ran up my leg, ran across the grass, up my leg, and is after the food that I got in my hand. That's in a bag. In the meantime, this bloke has answered the phone, unbeknown to me, because at this time when this thing has jumped and run up my leg, my concentration has not gone on the flipping phone. It has gone on trying to kick this bastard, this thing off of my leg. And I'm trying to I'm shouting at it, and I'm trying to launch this thing into space. Someone must have the video of this somewhere, or they were just falling about laughing. And oh my gosh, I'm just trying to launch the damn thing. Get the play. There was lots of words, and I'm just trying to get the bloody and to make it even worse, it was the fattest squirrel I've ever seen. So I'm trying to launch flipping off my flipping the furry tubby one off of my leg. And all the time, and then finally I get it off of me, and I went, oh, and I went to the phone and put it to my ear, and I went, oh, you're still there. And I said to him, I said, I'm around the back of your building. Do you want to meet me around here somewhere? And he went, we can't get to the back of the building. We can't get to the back of the building. I'm around it. I said, all right, I'll come and find you. Just give me directions. So I go back to the van, and Mrs. Womble's in it. And so I drive around. I says to her, look, I said, we're just looking for this bloke. I haven't told her what's gone on yet. And I said to her, we're just looking for this bloke now. Just look out for this bloke. He says, I'm around here. So anyway, he comes out the front of his building, and he's down there at the front. I said, I don't know why you didn't come out the flipping back. I was out there. He said, yeah, but I heard you out there. And as I'm handing him in the flipping bag, you could see the claw marks and flipping things where this squirrel would flipping put its flipping claws in the damn thing to get hold of the food. This bloke is probably still flipping spitting out flipping squirrel fur. There's somewhere, someone somewhere, if they had a video of that, that's probably flipping on, what's that, America's Funniest Videos or something. Oh my gosh. I took it as the squirrel mafia. I haven't ever flipping delivered in that area again, and called it the squirrel mafia. Crikey, the size of this thing. And then, what was it? Maybe a month, 6 weeks after that, we was in that delivery area, what we call our delivery area now, on the Lee Summit. And so we're in there driving around. I goes to this house, and it's starting to drizzle a little bit, right? And so I went to walk up the steps towards this person's house, up onto their porch. And as I went to walk up to it, this grey and white thing shot past me right in front of me. I went, oh, fuck, what again? Excuse the lingo. But anyway, I thought, oh, no, not another one. This fat, flipping grey and white thing just shot in front of me. Oh, no. I nearly dropped the food. I was like, and it shot down right in front of me. Oh, my gosh. like I said, it was drizzling at the time, and as I look, it stops just a little ways in front of me. I mean, it's in the garden, and I'm about to walk up the steps over here, and as it stopped and turned around and looked at me, and it was a cat, a grey and white cat that was not very happy with me because I disturbed it, I suppose. But it so much looked like a flipping, and it didn't have a very happy look on its face because it sat out there in a little bit of drizzle now. I never made it move from the seat that it was sat upon. I did put the food on the seat though. But anyway, um, took the picture and the cat was like sat there looking at me in a mean looking. Yeah. But it looked so much like a fat squirrel. I thought, oh no, not again. Please not again. I can't do another flipping squirrel like that. But no, this time it was an unhappy cat. It just happened to look like it had the colouring of a squirrel. Oh, good grief. Garfield was hungry, yeah. Garfield was squirrel colour. He weren't a red colour, unfortunately. Weren't a ginger colour. Well, I put it on his seat, his or her seat, so maybe they got to run back up there after I'd gone and get out of the rain. Oh my gosh. Wasn't a red squirrel. Oh, jeez. We've had some funny things happen on this bloody door dashing like, jeez, we had. What's the other one? Oh, yeah, I've had two dogs that have wanted me for dinner. Like the first one I said, we went up to that house that was in a not so desirable place of Kansas City, downtown Kansas City, and like I said, not a very desirable place. And and that was around when we were first starting in the last few months or so. And went picked up from a very nice restaurant. But anyway, I went and delivered to this one house, got there and went, oh crap, do I really want to go there? No, I do not. Um, and also this house that it went to, I mean, it was an older home in a rundown area of Kansas City. And and it was very rickety walking up their steps. It was like stone steps to begin with, and then it went to like rickety old port wooden steps and that. But it was a sunny day in that day, I think. Anyhow, so I get up there, and as I'm trying to get to the house where I'm delivering to, there's a dog. I mean, these houses were real close to one another, and there's a dog right next in the house next door, in the garden of the house next door, like a pit bull or something. And this dog is not happy. First of all, it doesn't recognise me. Second of all, the poor thing is flipping chained to a bloody um, post of some kind. Actually, I think it was their handle to their what's it um, post to get up to their handrail. That was what it was. It was a metal handrail. And the more I said to this doc, so he doesn't recognise me, and he thinks I shouldn't be there, obviously. Plus, I've got food, barbecue, and this dog is going nuts. And the more I tell it to shut up, the unhappier it's getting. And this thing wanted me for dinner. I mean, good grief. I mean, it was like, you could see mud flying off of the flipping paws because it was trying to get its way over to me, and you could see the flipping railing flipping bending as it's flipping. Yeah, it wanted me for dinner, unfortunately, and the railing that it's chained to is flipping flexing as he's doing it. The railing of the house that I'm going to is about falling off in my hand. And this dog is going nuts, and you can see it flipping and frothing at its flipping at its mouth. I mean, it was not an happy dog. I would have thrown it the bloody food if I'd known. It would have flipping, yeah, it could have spilled the barbecue. I would have flipping should have dug into the bag and flipping chucked it some. Oh dear, I was quite happy to get out of that one. But I mean, I don't understand why people have dogs and chain them outside. But anyway, but anyway, he weren't happy. He or she was not a happy camper. And then I went to another one um, later on. I don't know, maybe we've been doing it a year or so. And it went another delivery. It might have been Jack Stack again. I can't remember, which is the barbecue place. I don't know. Anyway, it was going to this cul-de-sac, and this cul-de-sac was by a lake. It was over, I mean, it had a lakefront, or back of it was. And on the delivery instructions, it says, bring the food round the back to the swimming pool. Are you kidding me? You lazy git. You can't go to the flipping front and pick it up. So I have to walk down this flipping driveway. Hey, Persley. You know, that dog wouldn't have climbed me like the squirrel. That dog wanted to flipping have me for dindins. He was... Oh. I think he would have had a flipping bite out of me before it got to the barbecue. But anyway, so I go and deliver to this other house, and there was two driveways, one that went down the side of their house and one that was in, you go up to the front door. So I didn't go down the driveway that went down the side because that led to the back of their house where the swimming pool was, right? So I've read all the instructions. Are you kidding? All right. So I go walking down the back. I can't hear any splashing or whatever in the swim pool. Thinking, oh, maybe they're just around it. Well, the back gate was open, and it's got all this flipping foliage and whatever around it. Got a hedge or whatever. But the gate was open, so I went to walk through the gate. And as I went to walk through the gate, there was this Alsatian or German Shepherd, whatever you want to call it, and I've got pictures of it. And this dog was not chained up, and this dog was not happy that I was there. And no, he was not happy. In fact, he was very unhappy. But again, I was on its flipping territory and about to try and walk into the back garden. So I'm like, why is there no one coming out? So I called the customer and I said, this is Ray, your DoorDash driver. I'm here with your food. And I said, I'm trying to deliver around the back of your house, and your dog evidently doesn't like me being here. And they went, oh, those are old instructions. Just bring them up to the front door. Why the fuck didn't you look at the bloody thing? Mad was nowhere close to where I was at that point. I'll just bring it to the flipping front door, they says. So I slowly flipping stepped back away from the dog, went up to the front door, and the bloke came to the door, and I said to him, next time, fucking figure out your bloody instructions before you send someone round the back. Because that would not have been flipping good. I said, you're a fucking idiot. He weren't happy that I called him an idiot, but I was not flipping happy because that dog was might be. Yeah, I did get a bit flipping angry at that one. I didn't care about getting a bad flipping rating at that point. Cat, bat, squirrel, dog. I attack Mr. Long. Yeah, but I've had some funny ones too. I've been like, what was that little dog that came out? Was it another Shih Tzu? No, it was a pug. There was a. I went to deliver to this one house, and this lady, she was trying to flipping get the food through the gap of the door. She opened up the door a little bit. I mean, it was like about this much, and I've got a food bag about this wide, and but she. But her dogs were yapping in the back, and she evidently didn't want to let them out, and she didn't want me to leave it on the doorstep. Right. Okay. So she opens up the door a little bit more, and the dogs are in the back, and one of them escapes. So I gave her the bag, and she's like, "Oh no, my dog." Well, the dog had a harness on it. So I picked up the flipping top of the harness and picked up the dog like that, and its little legs are still going. It thought it was still running off. I was, is this yours? I said, I think he still thinks he's on the run. What was that? When was what? Presley? Yeah. Oh, the dog that could have. Oh, well, there's been two dogs, yeah, that could have hurt me, but at one, it wasn't on any kind of leash or anything. That was about a year and a half ago, possibly. Now I'll be back in a minute. Uh-oh. It's making this sense. Yes, I should put them up. Uh, yes, the Alsatian or German Shepherd could have done, but the one that should been come out was hilarious. Just picked him up like that. I'm glad you like the accent. Yeah, his legs were still going. Bloody hilarious it was. I picked him up like that, and his little legs. He thought he was still on the run, and I just handed him back and went, "Finish." Said, "I think he's still trying to run because they were running all the way, all the time. He was in the air." That's freaking funny. And the funny thing was like I turned him around and I was looking. He was looking at me and he was trying to lick me nose. His legs were still going. I'm out of it. Yeah, you didn't get very far, mate. Yeah, he was so funny. His legs were still going. So funny. But we also have you ever seen there was a film with Tom Hanks first of all with it, and then there was a program on Disney, I think it was, called what's it called? Turner and Hooch. Have you any of you seen that with with the dog that's in that? I can't remember what the no, we don't have any animals, unfortunately. Um, but the dog that was in that one, he was a wrinkly old thing. Wrinkly thing is not old, but I can't remember the name of it. Well, there was two. They're big dogs. I don't know if you've ever seen one in person, but they are big. Well, I went to do a delivery. It's a very nice flipping home, and I went up and as the lady came out, the two dogs come running out. Two of those big beasties they were. And no, I'd already handed her the food. That was right. And then the dogs come running out, and I was already at the van by then. And so they come running up to the van. They want to say hello and that. I mean, they're big flipping things. They were soft as. They were very soft, very Turner and Hooch. Um, don't see in it, I don't think. And yeah, they wanted to play. They were flipping absolutely lovely things. And I had the window wound down, and they were right there up there. And then one went round the other side to go and see my wife, and she was a bit afraid of it, so it come around there, and I had them both, and I was like squishing their noses and racing their faces. And the lady said to me, "Oh no, they're soft. Don't worry about them. They're not going to hurt you." I said, "No, I can tell that already." I said, "They're fine. I don't care about the dogs. They were lovely. A lot better than that squirrel." Yep, Mastiff. Is it Mastiff? Anyhow, yeah, big, lovely thing it was. Both of them. Absolute crazies. Absolute crazies. But they were flipping absolutely lovely dogs. Lovely dogs. I had no worries about those at all. My mum was scared of all dogs. Like scared to death. Oh shit. Yeah, I've never been that way. Oh, David, you're still there in the background. Here, you've got dogs or dogs. Have you got one dog or two dogs? Uh, oh, jeez. Oh, another one. You got another dog with you? Is that what you call it, Presley? Free counting Presley. Oh wow. Um, but yeah, those two dogs they were flipping absolute fun. I enjoyed them. And the lady was worried that the owner of it. Oh no, no, they're friendly. They're friendly. I mean, you can tell it when you see a flipping a dog wants you for dinner. These two didn't want me for dinner. They wanted what I had. Well, no, they've already run past the food. She had the food by then. They just wanted to come and say hello. Greeting the person that's flipping brought them food, because she may have had the food, but they may have had some later on and let her have some of it as well. Has a blue healer or whatever it is. I don't know what that one is. Well, any dogs are flipping until they attack you. Yeah. That's all these bloody mastiffs want to do was lick me. And then I went to another house that we'd been to several times, and haven't been there for a while, but I went to this home, and when I pulled up there one day on their driveway, up comes this big truck, and it was a 4-door Ram, I think it was, and people get out, and I'm delivering to their dad's house, mum and dad's house. Anyhow, so as I gets out the van, these 3 dogs stick their heads out the window at me, at the back window, and they were 3 boxer dogs. And I said to the bloke, I said, "They friendly?" He said, "Oh yes, yeah, they're friendly." And he says, "Oh, beware though, they slobber a lot." I went, don't worry about that. I said, "That's why I've got dripping hand sanitizer in there. I don't care about that." Anyhow, 3 dogs' heads are flipping poking out. Boxer dogs' heads are poking out the back of this truck, and I've flipping just got all their heads and squished them because they're all flipping puffy, aren't they? So I've flipping squished them both together and. And then he goes, "Oh, here we go." He says, "Here they go, here they go," and there's slobber everywhere. And those dogs are absolutely lovely. Oh, you got a husky? Oh, lovely. And an American bully. You don't call Angela is not a bully. You mean a bulldog? Some dogs slobber bad. Oh yeah, these ones did. I every time I go to that house, which we haven't been to for a while, because we used to go and deliver a lot of catering off orders to that house, because I guess they're there feeding the rest of the family and that, and the dogs. And but then when DoorDash brought the flipping tier system in, that killed all of that, and we haven't been to their house for a very long time. I think we went there once and didn't actually deliver to them. No, the van is not fixed. I need 3.5 grand to flipping put that together. And I think I'm 3,300 away from it. No, I'm gonna be 3,200 away from. No, no, still 3,300 away from it, because I've got to buy some bulbs for the front of this thing. I've got to put LED lights in the front of this truck. Car parts and mechanics are expensive. Well, especially when you've already spent flipping $1,900 on taking it to a garage, and you find that, and at the end of it, you go there, you expect them to do something, and they said they didn't do it, but they turn around and said to me, "We don't know what's wrong with it. We can put more parts on it, but that gets expensive." It has been expensive. This is what I've been paying for, you arse aches. So I took the van away, drove home. Had driven past the garage on the way home that we know very well, but they're always so bloody busy and they are a bit more expensive. And I turned around, I gave them a call because it was after their hours too. I thought, or getting close to it, and I gave them a call, explained all what had happened, and they said, bring it down now. And they said, it's just we do one test on it, which is the test many people flipping who play with cars know. And I figured that the garage that had worked on it would have done that. They didn't. And when I gave them a call, they said, well, we didn't overheat your van. I said, I didn't say you bloody did. I said, but you didn't do the flipping test. You could have told me this flipping a long time ago. I understand the first flipping part that you put on it because you needed to stop the leak, because you can't do the test unless you do that leak. But you've gone ahead and put a bunch of other stuff on it, and it was unnecessary. So you spent a whole bunch of money. And I said, is there something that you're going to do about it? And they went, no. All right. Now you're going to get a whole load of flipping crap for that. Yeah, well, it got tested. Took less than 10 minutes. So then I ended up speaking with the bloke. Went to someone else, the bloke that has all the British cars. When I spoke to his mate, and then I rang the bloke who put the engine in. And the reason I didn't call him about it was because, well, he does it in his spare time, and his son do it in their spare time. And when they put the engine in, it was like 3 weeks or so. And I guess I just thought, I want it done now. And when he said to me, why didn't you bring it to me before? I said, well, because of all what I just said. So he says, when do you want me to look at it? I said, well, I'm nearby. I said, what about now? So he gave me his address, and I drove down there and told him all about it. And he went, priced it all up in his head there and then. It might well be a bit cheaper, might be a bit more. But anyway, but no, he'll do it. The truck is my brother-in-law's truck. I've used this several times. It's the truck actually used to belong to Wendy's dad, and then when he passed away, everybody in the family used it except me actually. But and it went to his son, and then he didn't have room for it for a while. So the last time I borrowed it, yeah, F-150, 2001, 73,000 miles on it. And it only clicked over to 73,000 just a few nights ago. Anyway, so it went to his son, and he didn't really have a lot of room for it at the time where he lives down a bit further into town, not downtown. And so when I borrowed it the last time, it stayed here for a long time because he had somewhere to park it and I had something to use. No, it's never been used. I think I've done the most miles in this thing in the last couple of years of using it on and off than anyone ever has. Well, than he has. It's a good truck. I mean, within reason. I mean, I don't think Ford flipping designed it very well, but anyway. but it but it and I'm not ungrateful for the use of it by any means, but it's very hard for both Wendy and I to get in and out of it. I'm somewhat okay with it now. I think I'm getting somewhat used to it in amongst all the groans. But I do worry about it, especially when it gets wet. It's got side steps on it, like with the vehicle, whatever. And but when it gets wet, the steps are dripping in a bit, and there's not a lot of room for any of us, but especially Wendy when she gets in and out of it, and I worry about her slipping on the step because she has slipped a couple of times, not fallen off of it, but it has caused a little bit of anguish to say. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because I don't use the step to get in it, because when you use the step, it's a bit of a pain in the backside. It's not easy to use the step. And there's not a lot of room to swing the cat. I mean, Prezi, don't you have a truck? I mean, this is it. Now you got the some of the bags there, and I can't see there, but maybe you can see some of the bags are there. My cane is there, my drink. Um, what do I could turn it around that way, silly idiot. I mean, this is it. So if you can imagine doing DoorDash in it, those are the bags. And if we got our drinks here and that, Wendy's got her stuff down here to do dialysis, which is somewhat okay to have there at the moment because when the phone falls out of that, it hits the blanket. And then I've got that up there for the moment for the for where this phone goes to, which is all tuned on here at the moment. So I put that in there, but trying to find a good spot for that so I can see everything. But no, I mean, this is the truck. There's the van. But there ain't a lot of room to swing kitty cats in it. Mine is a crew. Oh, right. So you've got you've got the extra behind you then. Two-wheel drive. And I took it through the car wash a few days ago, and I think it's the first zipping car wash it's had in years. Because it certainly looked a lot better for it, that's for sure. Which I've got a um, membership for the car wash, but I actually went and wow, is that the time? I went and um, cancelled that yesterday. Oh, yeah, yours is a 4-door. That's right. Yeah, the 4-door is a lot easier for sure. Get in and out the back of that. I remember when I was working at the Dodge dealership, well, the Ram dealership, and those 4-doors are certainly a lot more room in it. I couldn't get into those trucks. Some of them are so bloody high, there's no way in hell. In fact, whenever I had anyone come and look at them, I remember this family flipping turned up and they wanted to look at this Ram truck, and it was sat so flipping high, there was no flipping way in hell I was getting in there. And I said, all right. I said, just take the damn thing. I said, I'll wait around here so they don't know that I've let you take the damn thing. You're supposed to go with them. I don't care. It's flipping $80,000 truck. Take it. No way in hell. Unless someone's picking me up to put me in that thing, there ain't no way. Oh, with the back seat, yeah. There's two-door with just that little extra in it. What must be 8 or 10 inches or something. Yeah, I mean that would be good to have. I mean, a lot more room in the back, and plus flipping hell, I mean there ain't a lot of flipping breathing room in here. Yeah, this one didn't have a lift kit. I mean that's how it came. It's just flipping ridiculous. And then I remember that we went because I used to do delivering pickup cars as well. Because I didn't get on with the garage. I mean, it's the first garage where I've dealership or whatever where I've worked and never been was not happy there. Was not happy, but I tried to stick with it. And the reason I wasn't happy was there was because the way they treated people. I mean, I was a car salesperson there, and I'd get on well with people and that, and go out there and talk to people, but they was always like, "Oh, get him in there, get him in there. We got to get the manager to talk to him." And well, bollocks! If people don't want to flipping come in here and talk to the manager, what the fucking hell, bollocks? No, no, Ray, you got to get them to come in and talk to the management. Bollocks! They don't want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to you. um, but then they catered their business towards people that had lower credit or bad credit, whichever. And but they would, and they would always flip in. And the thing was, is what I didn't agree with as a salesperson is that I would always have to take the people's details. You know, um, you give me your name, you give me your address, you give me your social security number, you give me every damn thing. What are your bills? How much money you getting in? How much money you being paid each month, each year, whichever, and what are your outgoing bills? So I'd have to ask all of that, and I didn't think that was right for the salesperson to do that because that should be none of my business. That's why we have finance people. But I would get this and look at the flipping people's flipping details as I'm typing it out on the screen, and you know damn well these people can't afford a car because there's not enough money's coming in. And with the outgoings, there's no way in hell some of these people can afford a payment and pay for the insurance and pay for the extra petrol, petrol, and pay for the insurance, etc. Because you have to get, if you're putting a car on finance, as most of you know, you got to have expensive insurance. And some of these people didn't have a pot of pissing. But and then once you got all that, you click on that, and it goes up to the management at the desk, and then they determine which cars these people can be shown. And they they would always point me towards a Dodge Journey because that was the cheapest car that they had, and it was not the best of cars. But anyway, um, and they never spoke of these people well. I mean, it was their bread and butter, and they would call people flipping cockroaches for crying out loud. I mean, you can't flipping be saying that about your customers. Be flipping serious. Someone's had some bad luck or whatever. Some okay are flipping arse aches and try to flipping work the system. I know, but you can't be saying that. And they didn't like gay people either. I mean, I don't flipping give a fuck what people flipping whether what people do. I mean, you're selling cars, flipping look after your customers, and it was. I didn't like that, and so I tended to go out and do dealer trades. So go out and pick up flipping cars from all over the flipping Midwest. I'd end up in flipping Chicago or near Chicago and up in Iowa somewhere up in Cedar Rapids or something, and in Nebraska in Omaha and down in Oklahoma at Broken Arrow, I think it was, and down in Wichita several times in Wichita. But this one time I got to take, what was it? A Dodge Charger Scat Pack. Took that down to Broken Arrow in Oklahoma. Man, that car was flipping, all that damn thing went quick. Anyway, so that got tested. And then we get down to this flipping garage. I mean, it was massive out there. Massive flipping car dealership. Get down there, and the salespeople were not happy. Like, and why are they not happy? Because the vehicle that I'm down to pick up, which was actually one that I'd sold, was it the one I sold? No, it wasn't the one I sold. Or was it? No, it wasn't the one I sold. Anyway, I went down there, pick it up, and this thing was a Dodge Ram that was very, very high. Very high. And I looked at it. Mrs. Womble was with me because she always went with me. And shit. They paid me to go, and they paid her for if she drove that to follow me or anything. But anyway, but it was so big. Mrs. Womble couldn't get in the bastard thing, so I had to pick her up and put her in the passenger side and told her, I said, if you need to go to a loo, you better hold it until we get to Kansas City, because there's no way I'm playing this game again, getting in and out of this flipping truck. So then I get around to the driver's side. Holy shit. I tell you, it was flipping rough getting in the damn thing. I mean, it was rough. I finally got in it, and you think that I had flipping trouble getting in this? I got in that truck, and I was like, I had to sit for about 10 minutes to try and get my breath back. I mean, it was. And then I looked. Then the sales bloke was there, and I said, I suppose it's got 50 fuel in it, and he goes, no, it's no fuel in it. There bloody wasn't. There was no fuel. They knew we were coming. I took a car that had 50 fuel in it. And so he told me where the garage was, which wasn't all that far, luckily, because there weren't an awful lot of fuel in this thing. And then I had to go through it all again just to get me in and out there. Mrs. Womble stayed. But holy crap, that was slid out the damn thing. But getting back in it, I mean, it was great to drive it. Without a doubt, it was great to drive the bloody thing. You know, it had all these great big flipping LED lights that were really flipping bright in the country flipping out in the country driving back. And it had the lofty position, of course, because, well, I walked up, I flipping climbed 3 miles in the air. But it it was just nuts. I've got that light on. Oh, I've got that light. Should just do this light. But it was just flipping nuts how big that thing was. Absolutely mad. And then when we got back to the garage, I just flipping slid out the thing and then had to pick up Mrs. Womble to get out of it. I used to have my dad's step on a step thingy, like for exercise. People Yeah, I mean, that would have been helpful, but they didn't have anything like that, they reckon, at that garage. And even stepping onto, like, their chairs were flipping high as well. Hey, Charlie, how you doing, mate? Good evening. I think it's morning, isn't it? It is, it's morning. How's you doing? Yeah, they didn't have anything like that for some reason to help you get in the truck. Not everybody's bloody tall enough to get in one of those things. Bloody heck. And their chairs flipping to try and stand on one of those chairs. I didn't even want to flipping sit on it for fear of going through the damn things. They were that worrying. Well, still here. Been doing proxy picks for the night. Looking for trying to get monies together to pay for the van to be fixed. After the previous garage spent all my money. So now in truck. And if I'm not looking at the screen, it's because I've got another phone here that I can read easier. Especially this time of night. Drink. So you're up late, aren't you, Charlie? Have you been out working till this late, or? Although you're somewhere else now, aren't you? Have you been? What time is it where you're at now? Yeah, Stone's been having a great laugh at all the craziness that we've done in door dashing, being scared by squirrels and such, and bats. Are you still on Nebraska? Eh? Oh yeah, you're still on Nebraska time. Yeah, nearly 2 a.m. here. Crikey, as you know. Another 5 minutes, maybe I'll be able to see my what my watch hours are up to. My watch hours went down by 180 hours yesterday. Would you believe, um, Charlie? Because I listened to someone saying that I needed to all the ones that had copyright violations that I had, even though the copyright violations all said that they weren't anything to worry about. They said to put them all to private. So then I put them all to private, didn't think anything of it. And they said, oh, you'll keep your watch hours on that. Well, hell, that did. Because all of a sudden it dropped 180 hours overnight. So I don't know if to put them to unlisted will bring it back up, or do I just put them back, list them again? I don't know if those. Oh crap! Oh, one of my assignments got approved. Everybody, yay! See, this is the weird thing about doing proxy picks. It's come up there, and it said I can't show you it. It's come up there, and it says that my assignment has been approved. It's nearly 2 o'clock in the morning. Who the hell's doing these things at 2 o'clock in the morning on proxy picks? I guess they can't sleep either, like the rest of us. I didn't know it was nearly 2 a.m. though. Been here yapping away and vipping, not caring about what the time was, I suppose. Mrs. Womble went into let's shut it. Went in to watch the Chiefs game as soon as we got home, which I was not interested in. Let's turn that off for there. Oh, okay, yeah, the fans were retransferred, I know. Telling ghost stories. Oh, good stories. Well, at least you didn't get your typo like ripping Stone did earlier. Stone, are you still here? Made a funny spell check, got it flipping wrong. Stone says they were there watching their plate. You're there watching your plate. They were listening to me while they were watching their plate, or while they're watching their plate. No, I went, watching your plate. I said, you know, the more you watch it, it doesn't mean that any food's going to get on it. Like, it seems flipping. I can try that. It don't work. It don't work that well. Why? And then they were Stone was laughing so much. Came back. He said, "I didn't mean we've been watching. I meant washing." Oh, we did have a laugh about that. I don't know if Stone's still here or what, but that was so funny. Bloody spell check. Oh, crikey. Yeah, Stone, there you go. I mean, bloody hell. Spell check. Not watching. He was Stone's watching it to see if a state fell on it, but it didn't. But anyway, yeah, I wish. I thought he was turning into my cat. Flipping, I'm going to watch that plate and that woman's going to put food on it. I know it is. But, you know, flipping. I wish for a steak to be on it. Or I wish that there'd be fish and chips on it. No, don't work like that. I will be watching forever. Yeah, I'll be there. That was hilarious. How do you spell check, I tell you? That's it. Uh-oh. Oh my God. Yeah, can you imagine? Just look at the plate. Alakazam, I want steak. Or Alakazam, I want fish and chips. Or just look at it and imagine what you want and it'll be there. Nope. But it didn't work like that. And what a time for it to turn up when actually Stone was there, he'd been washing it. That wouldn't be a good time to turn up. All right, it's 2 o'clock. Let's have a look and see what this messenger has come up with. Not messenger, prep. YouTube studio. Oh, bollocks, it's not on this one, is it? Well, I've got to download that. Is Charlie still here or has Charlie disappeared again? One day maybe that will happen. Like the Jetsons. Yeah, we got them flipping phones. We've got flying cars too. They don't fly too well, but we've got them. So, Charlie, do you know for sure that if you take a video set it to private, then that's how you lose the watch hours on it. Because that appeared, I must have taken down maybe 20 videos to set the private, and that because it just seems so odd why 180 hours would just drop off right after that. I mean, that's what it seems like to me, but or is that something you don't know? Oh yeah, and we've got drones too, right? And there's another one. Another assignment got approved. I think that was another Dutch Brothers. Yes, I know the wiggle wiggle my nose. Hey, what did they get when you wiggle wiggled your nose? Yeah, I know, but I know that they would roll off, but it's a rolling thing, isn't it? And 180 in flipping within a day, right after I'd done that. That's just it. Just seemed it was either coincidental or that's what killed it. I never had Dutch Brothers. I think my wife had Dutch Brothers, I think, before, and it's pretty flipping expensive too for coffee. But they've got loads of them. They're popping up everywhere. Coffee shops are flipping nuts, absolutely nuts. I'm going to have to sit down and flipping. I keep saying I'm going to sit down and figure out how many bloody coffee shops there are in Lee Summit. And how many people there are as well in that area. But good grief, I think there's 4 or 5 Starbucks in the delivery area of Lee's Summit, and I think 2 Dutch Brothers. I think 2 Dutch Brothers there. I think they're about to put in another Scooters, so I think that brings us up to 3 Scooter coffee shops too. Brash. Yeah, I've had Starbucks. I don't like Starbucks. Fucking horrible. In fact, I went to drinking at Starbucks years ago. I mean, many years ago, and came out and I was spitting it out. Oh God, it was horrible. And I walked out of that one, drove zipping about a mile down the road, walked into another coffee shop because I only went in there for the Wi-Fi. Walked into another coffee shop and they said, "Oh, what can we get you? Anything to take flipping Starbucks flipping horrible taste away from me, please." God, it was horrible. Yeah, coffee shops are bloody expensive. Now I do like Starbucks. They got a caramel apple something cider or whatever it is. That's good. The only thing is it tickles my throat and I end up flipping coughing. I loved McDee's and Chick-fil-A coffee. We go to that what's that bloody one we go to? Quick Trip. My wife gets Quick Trip nearly every day actually. I don't do it that much. Dutch Brothers does coffee well, treats employees great, and focus on coffee unlike Starbucks. I don't know. Starbucks in it. I know that flipping Chuck at Dashing Across America had that issue with the Starbucks in his area. I don't know why. I don't know what the issue was, but anyway, I know that or what the initial issue was, but I know the Starbucks that we got in our area that we've been to all seem to be all right, but I just don't like their coffee. You can buy Starbucks caramel online. It's like caramel cider or something or other. I don't remember what it is. I haven't had it for a long time. The rude ladies not wanted filmed. I think. Oh, well, yeah, but flipping, he did go in there afterwards and said that you keep inviting me in, and I'm just going to come in here, cameras rolling. But you know what? At the end of the day, flipping, Chuck at least flipping took it on the nose and was pretty gracious about being kicked off of DoorDash, even though it was DoorDash, wasn't it? Even he knew he'd done something stupid, but at least he dealt with it graciously, unlike another person that we all heard about. But no, I mean the ones that we've been to here, I guess we've been lucky. Although my cousin, who lives in California, flipping went to work for Starbucks, and I'm sure she would have fitted in that flipping rude part. Mind you, my cousin that lives in California is a bit of a odd flipping ball, to say the least. She's the only one I know that got flipping fired from volunteer work. Don't know why this is wiggling, but it's gone wiggles. But she swore she didn't get fired from volunteer work. She did. She says, Ray, I didn't get flipping fired from volunteer work. Donna, they flipping escorted you from the building and told you not to flipping go back again. If that's not a rendition of being fired, I don't know what. There's an employee at the Starbucks here that speaks caffeinated gibberish. Okay. Guess you're not impressed then. They try to be posher than what they really are, right? Maybe that's more flipping. Oh no, you're in Washington, my dopey cousin, isn't there? Who still insists that she wasn't fired from volunteer work. Can't understand a word she says. Yeah. Yeah, there's been times I've flipping turn around to Mrs. Womble and go, what do they say? Especially when you go to the drive-through, innit? You get to the drive-through and you're there and you go, I'm here for DoorDash for whoever. And then they flipping, or even for own food. And then I'll turn around to her and go, do you know what they said? Because I have no flipping clue. Most of the time she somewhat knows, or she guesses well. But there's been times we both looked at each other and I don't flipping know. I'm having a Coke tonight, don't Don't generally drink that. Got in on camera a couple of videos ago. Okay, let me read this. She couldn't spell it, couldn't tell us she was speaking English. That employee taste tests everything on the menu. LOL. Well, hopefully not fipping as it goes out. I say, what did you say so many times, especially with customer service? Yes. Yeah, definitely. I reckon we should, a few of us should bloody get that. I say, what did you say? You blurry idiot. You'll add it to your merch list. Cross through. Do you have merchandise available yet, Charlie? When I first came to this country, good grief, I had that so many times people didn't understand the bloody thing I was on about. So many times. What was that you wanted? My American accent ain't good, I suppose. But anyway, a Coke. A what? A Coke. When did you come? What? When did I come here? 1999. Soda. Okay. It didn't matter what I said. I never called it soda. Just called it Coke. Pop. Some people call it pop. I don't. I don't call it that. Never have done. Yep, 1999. October 1999, the day before Halloween. So I got here just in time to be sacrificed for Halloween. And I'd never even seen a bloody pumpkin in person. So, and I awoke to be digging out the flipping inners of a pumpkin whilst my wife wanted to carve the damn thing. Not while me hand was in it, but anyway. Um, Brash, when I get called sir, I jokingly say I'm not a sir. I say that. I've always said that. You don't have to call me sir, mate. I hate being. I really hate being called sir. Sometimes I let it pass and I'll go, no, mate, you don't have to call me sir. I work for a living. Just like you, I work for a living. I don't like to be called sir. I understand that it's ripping a mark of respect or whatever, but I do not like it. I really do not like it. My name's Ray. Call me Ray. Or call me whatever and just see if you're still standing. But anyway. But no, I'm not fond of being called sir. I just don't. Just don't. Because in England, if you're a sir, then it's a higher flipping archy, isn't it? It's shipping. It's just someone that doesn't work so much for a living, I guess. I enjoy being called ma'am. Well, I'd be flipping very upset if someone called me that. And when I've had my hair longer before, some have said that, and then I turn around and they go, "Do many ma'ams flipping have a moustache and a beard on them?" And then you see the flipping people go, "Mm." Stone, I refuse to call anyone younger than my mother, ma'am. So each year that bar gets raised. Yeah, it's a bit flipping hard. Flipping, I don't know. I've just never been into that. But I had some people back home that would try that game, and no, not being called sir, mate. My name's Ray. Call me that. I just turned 50 a few weeks ago. Well, congratulations. I turned 60 a couple of months ago, I think, now, innit? June. It's a fun flipping time getting up there. So have you done much in the way of door dashing, etc. there, Charlie? Is it a whole different where you're at now with doing door dashing or whichever's one that you're working with mostly? I still do fetch. I've got I do fetch with the receipts and such. I'm 37 and my mum is 20 years older, so I won't be calling you ma'am Stone. Stone, are we allowed to ask what your real name is? Well, I suppose we can ask, just whether you want to tell us. You might have already told me, but my memory ain't that great. But Charlie might remember. Him being the younger one in the group. When you turned 30, you cried. Crikey. I never even thought I'd make it to 30. The craziness I got to up in my younger years. I have. It's very different. Fridays and Saturdays are not worth driving here. At least during the warmer months. But I'm focusing. Oops, box. Focusing on YouTube more than gig work. Me either. I always said I would never make it to 30. Stone, I turned 30 on Worst day of the week to celebrate it. Well, so you're doing more with YouTube. Oh, that's good. Because you're monetized now, right, Charlie? I mean, yeah, you must be monetized by now. I went to New York on my 21st birthday. Or when I turned 20, I wasn't exactly on the birthday, but anyway, I did go to New York. Happy 30th birthday. My daughter will be 30 next year. I thought, well, I am. Working on a video for the Oh, you got a second channel? Wow. I've got the car channel too, which I really need to put more work into. And I've got the Brick Club channel as well, which I'm planning on putting more work into too. Did you cry LOL like a baby? When I turned 30? Yeah, I must have missed something there. '17th anniversary, my 21st. Oh, right. That sounds interesting. Historical places? What, just in your area or around the globe or what? Or around the nation? Yeah, bloody bugs. I thought I let it out. I'm not a big bug fan. There's another story as well about that. When Wendy's family used to live, they lived in this very nice part in Liberty, Missouri, and it was like a horseshoe where they lived. This cul-de-sac or whatever, this complex or whatever of houses, very nice houses, and it was in a golf course, surrounded by this golf course. And it was when I was first over here in the first maybe year of being here or two, and we'd go out and go for a walk, take the dog for a walk around the area, and we were out with some of the family, and her nephew always flipping rabbit. I mean, his mouth was always flipping going. I mean, it always. And we're out there, and he's rabbiting away and rabbiting away, and then I'm with him, and we're getting back to the house now. And like I said, his mouth is going 10 to the dozen. I mean, it's barely flipping shutting all the way. And I went to reply to something, opened my mouth just once, and what happened? Bug, straight in mouth. Right, bloody hell. And I've flipping stopped, and I'm choking and coughing up this damn thing. And they're all turning around going, what's wrong with him then? I think I've eaten the bug that was supposed to be ripping John Roberts' flipping mouth. It was too flipping, too much. This bug couldn't flipping get in there at that flipping speed, I suppose. But me opening my mouth one time. Every time I get a flipping bug that flies in my mouth. I bloody hate it. Bloody hate them. Is he okay? No, I think he just swallowed the bug, is all they said. I think he just swallowed the bug. Bloody big one. Mm. Oh. Yeah, that's something I don't want to flip in. I've heard that too, but I try not to remember that bit. Had a big fly into my ear on a pizza delivery 9 years ago. Thought this was how I'm gonna die. Zombie bugs will eat my brain. Jeez. Oh, good grief. I'm flying into your ear. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine? That would not have been fun. Oh, it wasn't, was it? Damn. House. Oh, that was that thing with that geezer in it. I know. I haven't seen that for a long time. Never really did watch much of it, but I know it's the one with the British geezer in it whose name doesn't come to mind at the moment. Hugh Laurie, that was it, wasn't it? Hugh Laurie. And he was in a show back home called, he was with Stephen Fry, wasn't he? Yep. But yeah, it's no, I'm not fond of bugs. Yeah, learn to talk that way. Good grief. Well, it's like the bloke that's in Chicago Fire, or was in Chicago Fire. The what was it? The captain. He was the black fella that's in there. The not a lieutenant. Anyhow, he's from England. I met him years ago, actually. He's as English as I am. Number of times I've almost... Oh, bollocks, didn't read that. Number of times I've always been run over in Walmart parking lot. It's the only way I don't want to go out. Fortunately, I wouldn't live to see the headlines. Man gets run over in front of Walmart. Now, you won't get run over by a reindeer, but you'll get run over by one of their crazy people. Good grief. Unless the reindeers go to the shop there. Get run over in Walmart. I'll tell you, this flipping truck this week, last few days actually, it's like this flipping truck is invisible. We've had people that have headed straight towards us, pulled out in front of us. about to pull out in front of us. It's like, it's blood. I mean, it's not small. I mean, it's not the biggest truck in the world. It's not as noisy as some of these flipping ones, I know, but crying out loud, people, what the hell? Yep, folks can't drive, and what is crazy cars have backup cameras now. Yeah, some of them need to drive in reverse. I might see better. Uh, it will be a Prius with a missing muffler and spare tire. Charlie. Folks honked at me like I'm okay on a walker. For goodness sakes. They've put honk at you because you're trying to walk. Are you crazy? People crazy or what? It was like earlier yesterday, rather, and I was doing the live show too. You might want to go back on that one, but I was where was I was down here when I weren't far away, and pulled out onto the main road on 40 highway there, and this woman was obviously flipping going like a cloud, but she was obviously going way over the speed limit. And then I just saw her flipping. She was a long, long way away, and she had flipping time to get into the other lane with no doubt. And she comes zooming up the back of it and then swerved. Like, what in the world are you doing? I'm watching you all the flipping way, you darn flipping cat. Anyhow, we get up to Wendy's flipping filming, and she's trying to tell me to calm down. Calm down, this flipping idiot nearly flipping rammed up the back of it. It would have been flipping our fault at all. Anyhow, some stupid flipping woman with her friend, and she's flipping shouting at me, and I'm telling her that she was, well, telling her many things. But anyway, it's like, you're an idiot. There's no way. I mean, you're in this little Ford Fusion that's fucking, or whatever it was, and she's racing down the road. Like, oh my gosh. And her mate's just like sat in the passenger seat smiling. I stopped and threw my hand up. Yeah, there's so many people that flipping still do that, that are driving down the road and they're texting. How many bloody flipping videos and such do you need to be flipping told? Why do you need to be told, not the text? I have enough trouble texting when I'm flipping sat still. There ain't no way I'm doing it when I'm driving. You follow Jesus is close. Jeez. And then there was another flipping buffoon as well somewhere. I can't remember what that was about. But yeah, that one was on video. When I had some words with that woman, shouting out the bloody window at it, flipping nauseating, flipping idiot. And then I got a remark from Mary a bit later on saying that she enjoyed me yelling out the window. Crap, I forgot that was on video. But I watched it just flipping zoom up the back. I mean, I don't flipping drive flipping slow as it is. Do you share your Cash App, Womble? Yeah, I think it's Womble KC or something. I have it. It's on my. I think it's on my YouTube channel. On my main page, I think it's on. Oh, is it? Yep, Womble KC. Yeah, it's on my main channel. So I'll put that up here if that's what you want to see. I don't know how you get to it now. I think that does it. Yep, there you go. Did it come up? Yeah, I do have that here. Oh, Dash and Dink. Yeah, I just recently changed that too because it had my real name on it, so I just changed it to something or other. Dashing Womble, I suppose. But yeah, it's interesting. I do have PayPal too, but PayPal a bit different, isn't it? I think I need to get a new card on that PayPal. I haven't looked at that for a bit. I used to use it a lot more often when I was selling stuff and that. I've got to get back into selling on eBay, but I was looking at eBay not too long ago, and I was looking at it, and it was like, this doesn't seem, it's changed. Mrs. Womble, well, she's probably snoozing away now, but it's probably snoozing away. Jelly's still going. She probably fallen in the kip in front of it. But she's okay now. The beginning of the week was rough for her though. I mean, as you know, she goes to, or as you may recall, she goes to dialysis 3 days a week or 3 mornings a week. And she went on Monday, which, as we all know, was a holiday on Monday. And so all the usual people that are at the dialysis, as I understand, weren't there. So so they got these floaters or whatever they call them, and just one flipping. And I wish they wouldn't do this because they need a mixture of people there, because they put the needle too high, and she's very tough. My wife is very, very tough, unlike me. She takes things that there is no way in hell I would do. But she so they put this thing in her arm at the top. Like the needle's like supposed to be pretty big that goes in there. But they put it too high, and and it's supposed to go in a certain spot. And she kept saying to this bloke, it hurts, it hurts. But he insisted on going in there apparently and doing that. And they ran it for about an hour, and I guess it caused all sorts of hipping problems. And she came home, they couldn't do it properly, so she had to go back Tuesday morning. So now and she's there at 6:30, or they start at 6:30, so she leaves here pretty early, about 5 a.m., 5:30 a.m. to get there. And it ain't that far, but anyway, but she likes to be early. And when she came home, like I said, I mean, she's real flipping tough, but she was near enough flipping crying because the pain was so bad. I wanted to go back and flipping have a little word with this flipping idiot that done this. So now, not only she had to get up early to go there on Monday morning, she had to go back there Tuesday, and then she had to go there Wednesday. And now she has to go back Friday, of course, because that's her normal 3 days. But the Monday was not a good one for her. But again, I wish they would stop flipping having these flipping idiots, or get them to actually read the damned the notes. And if they can't read the damn notes, then take a sodding picture of where it's supposed to go and pin that up somewhere. Whoops, missed it. Sorry, I went on a tangent. Went on a flipping rant. Well, eBay does their own payment processing now, so it gets deposited in your bank account instead of PayPal. Bugger, where'd that go? Oh, okay. I'm shocked you didn't lose your accent since 1919. We've got a lot of British people in the area, so I tend to keep it that way. And then at the beginning, I was also talking to a lot of mates and that back home. But there's a lot of British people here in the Kansas City area, and I mean even beyond. I mean, I started my own British social group back in 2005, and built that up. We've got a lot of flipping people that are in this area and around the country too, and actually some in England, which sounds daft. But anyway, um, and I was always talking to a lot of British people in the area or who've been around the country too. So maybe that's why I kept. Plus, I'd had the accent like 30 years by then, 30 odd years, so maybe it wasn't going. Yeah, they had put her through the ring, and it was just horrible what they did. Oh gosh, yes, there's a lot of British people here, and British people in the area. Would I visit back home again? I honestly don't know. I would say I would like to, within reason. I think it's changed an awful lot back home. I don't know if I could handle the flipping changes, but you've never met anyone, never met any British people. There's a lot, and it's very funny because like we'll be in a restaurant or somewhere, I don't know, wherever, and then all of a sudden I'll like ding. There's a British accent. In fact, I've delivered to a couple of British people too. In fact, one was in Raytown where we live. Went and delivered, and I went, "You from England?" Yes, she was. What is the flight? Um, the flight from here, I think, is about 9 hours. I think it's been a while, depending on which way where you have to go out of. Well, it's nothing like going to Australia. I know that. Oof. That was a crazy flight, that one. And I was going from England too, so that's the longest ever flight I've ever been on. But no, the flight I think from here is about 9 hours, if I remember correct. New York to London, when I did that one, that wasn't very long at all. Seems like it will be. Well, if you get stuck at the airport, then it will be longer. But it all depends on where you go out of. You could go from. There wasn't doing. Was they doing direct flights? No, there wasn't doing direct flights to England, but they were talking about it before from KCI, which would be quite a long one. But they did a stopover one where you could go to Iceland and then go to England. But no, mine were Chicago that we went out of, and we went out of Houston as well. That was another time. I think it's mostly those that have been out of. Go where? To England. Oh, Chicago and Houston. So you go from pick up at KCI, MCI, or whatever, Kansas City, down to Houston and out that way, or to Chicago and out. Rice. Oh, Iceland. You can go. You used to go. There was for a short time they were doing. You could go to Iceland and then get a trip to a plane to England. What city? Iceland, Reykjavik. Yeah, Iceland. Yeah, Reykjavik is where it was. The main place in Iceland was one that they were doing for a little while from Kansas City, or the ones that I went out of were Houston and Chicago. I don't recall going out of anywhere else. Yeah, Iceland is nice, by the way. Expensive, but nice. Very expensive, actually. New Zealand is very nice. I've never made it to New Zealand. I've been to Australia. Very hot. If you want to know about bugs, they have bugs in Australia. I've never been to New Zealand. I've been to several countries around the world before I came here. Have a good night, Ray and Stone. Off to bed. See you in the next stream. Yeah, when are you doing your streams mostly then, Charlie? Are you still doing it on a Tuesday, or have you moved it? I tried to do mine on a still at 9 o'clock on a Tuesday, but it's been a bit mixed up. Last week I didn't do it because, well, I don't know if you heard, but a friend of ours got murdered in the area, and I just didn't want to do anything for a week. Oh, so you're at the same time, okay. Well, thanks for popping by there, Charlie. Good to see you. I'm shocked to see you, but good to see you. But it's not so late for you, is it? Well, it wasn't when we started. It's nearly 3 a.m. Holy crap. Yeah, thanks, Charlie. Well, it's great having you on here, Charlie. Hopefully, maybe we'll do one of these side by side ones one day. What do they call it? Live stream together or whatever it is. I always have it on anyway. Every time I start a live stream, I always do the guest link thing anyway, just in case anyone wants to come on. Have you got someone that comes pick you up, Stone? Wow. Yeah, we should. Should definitely do that. We'll have to work out a time to do that. I think what issues again. This bloody put this over here now. Man, my ears everywhere, isn't it? Had a problem with it. The car mount, the phone mount doesn't appear to want to stick to the top of the dash for some reason lately. But yeah, we should definitely do that. Driving is very hard, as neurology said. I'm not supposed to drive. So you got someone that takes you. That's good. Is it one of those like medic transport things that takes you, or you got family member that takes you? I suppose I don't really need this in here now. So we had those medical transport things that take. Oh, you're a caseworker, okay. Because we had these medical vans that pick people up and take them to these various things. Like where the dialysis place, for example, there's always people, these medic transport things, that vans that take people to their various appointments and then come back and pick them up later. The only thing with that is, oh, good grief. Like a friend of ours, actually, is a bloke from London too. And he's in Kansas City area, or just outside of it. It's actually in Kansas. And he drives for one of those medic transport things. And oh, okay. And he says they don't have a lot of drivers. And he says to me before, "Come along, why don't you come along and do it?" Well, why would I want to? Because they want. I listen to him, and he's. I mean, they've sent him to Indiana before. So he's had to stay overnight. He's also got this thing that now they're opening up a place in St. Louis, and they're having to drive some vehicles down there. Um, I mean, it's just, and he only went there part time. He seems to be there a heck of a lot, and they don't. I don't know if they're paying him benefits now or not, but they don't have a lot of drivers, and they don't offer hipping benefits until you're there for a year or something. And when my wife was at rehab a couple of years ago now, when she broke her arm, she had to go to rehab. So they would uh, they had the physical therapy there, and they would teach her how to use her arm, etc. Reuse her arm, and because they put a titanium plate in it. Anyway, so they did that, and but she stayed there, and but she had to go out to some medical appointments, and one day, well, a couple of times actually, a couple of times we went out together, and on these things we went down to, and I should have driven. I don't understand. I don't know why I didn't drive her, but maybe it just got set up like that because she was had to use the wheelchair at the time, and so yeah, the one out in Lee Summit that she had to go to. I mean, the driver didn't know where he was going, even though he said he'd been doing it 20 years. Um, and then when we got through at that appointment, I called them, and they said, "Oh, he's clear over the other side of town now. It'll be an hour or so." So I had to wait out there, and there's nothing to do out there. Um, Come and take that upstairs. To move all that because Miss getting away with Miss Womble. And so yeah, I mean we had to wait on that one, and then another time we had to go to hospital downtown, which is the one that we got to go to next week, and we're driving ourselves because we don't on driving down there. Now she don't need the wheelchair, we can go down there. But it was only when she was at that rehab place. And we went down to this one, and I'm glad I went with her because this flipping driver was an absolute nutcase. I mean, it was nutcase. They've got her in the back of this flipping vehicle. It was one of those mini transit connect or whatever. They got her in the back of that, supposedly locked up, but you could hear the damn thing rattling all the way. And this driver's going up through the traffic like that. And then we've had to wait at the other end, and we've got another driver who's doing basically the same. You can't do that when you've got people in the back. And they say that they had flipping dash cams in it. Like they can see the road and they can see inside to the passengers. And this Egypt's been flipping doing it for a while and they don't care how they're flipping driving them. When he shattered his ankle and foot, he was in rehab for months. Yeah, she was in there for a month and that was the end of that. I had a driver once who drove 100. I about shit myself. It's not so much how fast you're going, it's how you're doing it. I mean, I've driven 100 and more many times, but it's just, you, it's how you're doing it. You can drive fast without without it looking fast. But if you're going fast and you're going through the traffic like that, that's where it becomes a problem. Or if you're racing up the back end of another car to try and get them to get out of the way because you want to do 100 more. Just like that idiot that was on the road yesterday, who came zooming down the road like a bat out of hell, and I just watched them getting closer and closer and closer to us. They could have flipping put the brakes on long before that, or eased off the flipping pedal, but they can't flipping drive, or they're just pig ignorant. He was supposed to drive speed limit with state-run drivers. Well, yeah, I imagine he would. They should do. Because you don't know who's in the back of the car. You don't know, or in the back of the van, vehicle, whatever. You don't know how nervous they are. And you don't know what's going to happen. He got fired, yeah, in right and all. I mean, when I was cab driving back home, do you think flipping people wanted to go 100 mile an hour? Well, yes, it was. But anyway, I'm damn sure there wouldn't be flipping people that want to be driven 100 mile an hour. It's yeah, I bet it was. No wonder you flipping nearly shite yourself. I mean, it's just and you're in the back. If you're in the wheelchair and they've got that in that casing or whatever it is that they've got all that contraption in the back, and they're supposed to anchor your thing down. I presume there's a seatbelt. I can't recall about the seatbelt being in there, but I'm sure there would be. But it's but all I could hear was this thing flipping rattling all the way. Yeah, you might not have been in a hurry, but they're so flipping far behind on everything that they're trying to get you done and then get you dropped off, and then they go off and scare the crap out of someone else, and then they got to scare the crap out of someone else in which to get back to you. But there's no need for it. I mean, they just need to flipping slow it down because what happens if you're shipping? You got someone in the back of the car and you scared the shite out of them, and they have medical issues from just that. Yeah, the vans are raggedy. They are the ones that we had. I mean, they were flipping. There was a couple of vans too, just like well, like my old one, and they had them in the back of that, and I went in the back of that, and you could hear the damn thing flipping rattling. What a piece of crap! Excuse me, what a piece of flipping crap it was. It's just unbelievable where they are. Yeah, if you had a blown a tyre, that would, and it doesn't only flipping put you at risk; it puts other road users at risk. And the thing is, with you being strapped in the back of, you've got no way out of it. You just got to sit there and watch it all happen, all unfold in in your vision. There's nothing you can do, but you are just basically a sitting duck. It ain't fun, I know. I mean, I've driven very fast at times, very, very fast. Most of it on track, but yes, there has been some on the road. But you don't do that in traffic, and you don't do it when you got a passenger with you. Yeah, it was a dick by the sounds of it. You're right. But you know what? Hopefully, he never got a job anywhere else. Hopefully, there wasn't another company that was stupid enough to do it. I mean, there may have been flipping. He may well have been under flipping stress to get it flipping, get you, to your destination. But at that point, if it gets to that when you're working with a company, you got to turn around and say, no, fuck, I won't flipping. Excuse me, I can't be doing that. Go get someone else if that's what you need. So he wanted to get home. That was why he was driving like an idiot. He wanted to get home. Did they give you a different drive? Oh yeah, because that one had been fired. Did they tell you you'd been sacked or whatever? Yep. I mean, there's times that you have to flipping drive quick, but not when you got someone in. Not like that. If you can do it on, yeah, I'm sure he did have complaints. If there's room for you to do it on the road, then do what you can to get somewhere. I mean, when I was delivering vehicles, totally different thing, I know. But when I was delivering vehicles, there was one that we had to do. I don't know how far it is actually. Let me double check. Um, just before I go flipping far into this one. Of course, Google isn't on this one, is it? But we go off and do deliver vehicles from the Midwest. And there was one day that we had to go to Omaha in Nebraska. I'm not actually sure how far that is from us at the moment, but I'll quickly bring it up. And we'd been to that dealership several times, so I kind of knew where it was going. But I had to go there, or two of us went up there because I went with another car sales bloke, a younger bloke, and we had to go pick up a brand new car and bring it back. because it was sold. Someone bought it that morning. Okay, so let's say Kansas City to that's nearly 200 miles. Nearly 200 miles. Wow. Damn. We were there and back within 4 hours. But there was a lot of flipping open road on there, and you could flipping go a little bit quicker. But you can't do it when you got people on board. It's especially like that. I mean, special medical condition. Work for the state, and his customers are all disabled. Yeah. My old driver would have made it into. He probably would have done fucking hell. Yeah. Well, if we had a flipping better vehicle to take there, we probably would have done it a bit quicker than that too. But anyway, it's about 200 miles there, so and back again. So I think we did all right. Didn't realise it was that bloody far. But we had a what did we take out? I think it was a Jeep Compass or something on the way up there. So that was a brand new car. That was a weird thing about that garage. I'll just take that car. It's brand new. Why do you want me to take a brand new car? It's okay. Take it. We'll sell it flipping with miles on it. So you want me to put 400 miles or so on this flipping on this brand spanking new vehicle, and basically flipping boot the damn thing all the way up to flipping Nebraska, all the way to Omaha, and no doubt it's going to come back very quickly too. And some poor soul is going to have to flipping buy this car. How did the Jeep drive? Well, the Jeep drove all right. The Dodge Charger coming back that I had the fun of driving came back a lot quicker. But I didn't have much of a restriction on it because the Jeep only had a flipping 2.4 engine in it, whereas the Charger had a bit more oomph. But that came back probably the quicker than its flipping owner's ever going to drive it. I mean, I didn't race it, but I mean, I wasn't going slow. But it's because we wanted to be back home. Do they still make Dodge Chargers? Yes, they do. V8 ones, flipping. This is the last, as I understand it, this is the last year of the V8s. Because then they're going over to doing electric vehicles. And they're going to have the electric Dodge Challenger if they've not already got it out. But yeah, they do the Chargers. And when I haven't been concentrating so much on it, but we was waiting over at Dodge tonight, or last night, I suppose, as it would be, when we was waiting to do that proxy pics assignment, that photography assignment, and it looked like they squished the front a little bit on the Chargers. On the new Chargers, seemed like it still somewhat looks the same at the front, but it looked like they squashed it a little bit, like the lights and the grille looked a little bit different. I don't know if it was because I was sitting higher up or something looking at it, but it looked You're not happy with electric cars? I like the idea of the electric cars. I like the technology of it all, the concept of it all. But I do think that they've brought it out to the general public far too flipping early. And we've had electric vehicles, don't forget, for many, many years. And many years. I mean, when I was growing up back home as a kid, we had the milk floats. I don't know if you had milk floats here or what, if you know what that is. Basically, the ones that we had were um, it's just an open back flipping truck within a reason, open back van or whatever you want to call it, and it's just got stacks and stacks of milk bottles in it, and those are all electric. And we actually lived behind the dairy was right behind ours. And if I looked out my out of our back windows where we lived, you could see all the whipping trucks, all the milk floats as we call them, all plugged in. And about 2 o'clock every morning, you would hear a hum. That was it, just a hum and sort of like a little faint whistle as they were all whipping, going off. All the milkmen were getting out there early in the morning to go deliver all the milk to all the various homes. And yeah, I mean, we'd go deliver that. Just hear it. You just hear it every morning. Unless I was in the very land and very much in the land and nod. Let's see if I can find one for you. Google float. Oh, here's the ones that we used to have. So that would be one. So you got all the milk in the back. And those things are all electric. And you would just hear those go out in the daytime. And there was various ones. I mean, that was the Unigate dairy, which is I don't know if this is going to come out that well. Trying to get it that you can see it. Didn't even spell it right, did I? Dingo. Unigate. Bloody idiot. Unigate. Milk float. Yeah, I don't know if you can see how it says it on there. Unigate. Anyhow, we had that. We had those parked behind us. Yeah, those are ones that they mostly had. Mostly had those ones. I don't know if someone must have signed it or something. But anyway, um, so yeah, so there's been electric vehicles out for a long time. Oh no, a nearby assignment apparently. But but to put it all in vehicles, I mean, you've also had electric vehicle in cars as well. Um, we had disabled vehicles. Some of those were, and you could just put in and they were older. I can't remember what they called them, but some of those would be electric powered too. And again, that was like way back when, way back when. I mean, back when I was growing up, they had all those. But to start putting electric, when you start coming out with the idea of putting electric vehicles in the mainstream public, they should have been put more charges out before they did that, because charges charges are they're not in abundance. I know they got to start somewhere, but they're asking people to spend thousands and thousands of dollars on the flipping vehicles. Some of them well over 100,000, and they don't all have the flipping power to go that far, or the capacity to actually go that far. Some of them are actually flipping ridiculously flipping um, not far enough. And then the other thing is that they don't batteries don't like certain conditions, and they certainly don't like the cold. And evidently, there's flipping the pickup trucks that they brought out that are electric, like the Ford Lightning, which was an absolute piece of shite. Stupid flipping idea that was. And that flipping cyber flipping truck thing. That's got so many flaws on it that shouldn't mean being allowed on the bloody road. But when you put them under the conditions that they're supposed to be meant for, like you got the like the Ford Lightning and the Cybertruck, they're both pickup trucks in a way, and or the Lightning is. But if you start towing with that thing, you can't even on a flipping on the best conditions in the world on that thing. You put a flipping a trailer on the back of it and tow whatever you're going to tow. That flipping mileage cuts down so drastically, and I mean it's ridiculous how it cuts the distance that vehicle would travel without a trailer on it. And then you put it in a cold environment, and you've already lost. I think they say that is like 30% battery power that you lose with it being in a cold environment. Hybrid is the way to go. This way you've got the mixture of both worlds. Until, because like with the Toyota Prius, I've never been a fan of the Prius, but it's never been a vehicle that appeals to me. But there are more hybrids about. Don't get the Chrysler one. Don't get that though. But or the Jeep. But but the Prius has proved itself. The Prius has proved itself years over years that it's been out, that it's good. I mean, when that first came out, people were worried about it because of the battery, the expense of the battery. And to get a new battery in it when it first came out, I think was like $7,000 or $8,000. Well, hell, that's nothing now if you compare it to an electric vehicle. But now there's like companies that make these batteries and can recondition these batteries for the Priuses, and you can pick up a battery pack for that for $1,500. So, and you can change it yourself if you want to take the time to do that too. But anyway, although it is a bloody lot of work, but then but with these electric vehicles, it was like I was reading about a person in Canada, and they bought and I do like this vehicle that they bought. It's called the Hyundai Ioniq 5. Very nice looking vehicle. In fact, one of the door dashers, not too about 15 miles or so, was where she delivers around, has one. I haven't heard from her for a while. Anyway, but she got one of those. But this one, and I'll go to that in a minute. Um, but this person in Canada bought one, paid nearly $60,000 for this vehicle. and they were out somewhere. Something bumped the underneath, which is, of course, where the battery all lays. And so they took it to the dealership, and the dealership took one look at it, totaled it out, had it totaled. And it wasn't that old. Not even, I don't even think it was 6 months old. Don't even think it was that. And they totaled it. They say that the dealer shouldn't have done that. It wasn't up to the dealer. They needed to get someone from Hyundai HQ to go to look at it. But anyway, they totaled it out. And but the stupid thing about it, if they wanted to actually put that vehicle back on the road, the bearing in mind the vehicle was nearly $60,000. To put a new battery in that car, this is probably why they totaled it out, was $56,000 just to put the battery in. How the hell can you flipping justify that? That makes no bloody sense. Makes no sense. From what I'm understanding, if that battery is $56,000 and you're selling the vehicle for 60 grand thereabouts, are you telling me that the rest of the flipping panels and everything else that goes with this car is worth $4,000 and you're not making any flipping money on it at all? Just and then going back to that DoorDasher, she bought a new one. She loves the look of it and that. And what sold her on getting it is that they said that she could get free charging for, I don't remember how long it was. And she went, yeah, she went with that because of the free charging. And what they didn't happen to tell her is that she had to drive 20 miles to go flipping get the charging. It was the only free charger available, or the only charger that was available was over here, probably about 3 or 4 miles from us, but 20 miles or so from her. She wasn't going to do that every bloody day, by which time she's already bought a bloody car. They didn't have flipping charging stations at that garage that she bought it from. So that's my biggest flipping problem with them. Oh yeah, they did. They played her. They did. And I don't understand. If you're selling electric vehicles, then you should be flipping. You should have charging stations there. And it was like when I worked at Nissan for a short while, they had the Nissan Leaf, and we'd have people come up and put the cars on charge while they've gone off and done whatever they had to do. You know, and in that dealership that I went to today, where I used to work, I'm surprised. Well, no, I'm not surprised now. Before they wouldn't have had them, but no, they did. I lied. They did have one, but it was the only one that they had. They had a charging station, and it was inside the service area. But which is a bit of an awkward spot for it, I thought. But anyway, but no, they got them on the outside of this flipping building where dealership where I took the pictures last night, I suppose as it is. But yeah, I mean I mean I like the technology of it all. I don't like that Cybertruck, that piece of crap. I don't like the flipping Ford doing that Ford Lightning. That's ridiculous that they even did that one. Um, I don't like the electric Ford Mustang because they ripped off the flipping name for Mustang. Don't know how far it gets or whatever, but stupid. Shouldn't have used that. And but there should have been before flipping the manufacturers put the more electric vehicles on the road. They should have put more and more chargers out there. And the stupid thing is another flipping stupid thing about it all is that if you go to get power in your car and you have to pay for the power at a electric flipping charging thing, it can cost you more to flipping fill up your car with electric power than it does to go flipping fill the bloody thing up with petrol. The equivalent up with petrol. How flipping daft is that? You're supposed to be getting people to flipping move over, making an incentive to move them over. You're not doing that. There's no way you're doing that. And then there's the other thing. It costs more to insure an electric car because insurance companies are worried about, because they're easily totaled out. Easy, because once flipping one goes, you break it or whatever, it's done, isn't it? It's done with because the battery's way too much money. Outprices the flipping car. And then what's the other thing? Tires. Tires are flipping more expensive. You have to change them more often. Most can't afford them, especially nowadays. No, you can't. They're flipping absolutely ridiculous. So, but I love the technology. That part a lot. I do enjoy the technology of it all. But manufacturers should have done a lot more before they released all these. And it was like when they brought the hydropower one. Have you seen those? Where they run on water, etc. Yeah, they take different tires. They take different tires. There's softer tires because the tires roll better. And if you're using, if you're in an electric vehicle, the last thing you want to do is to hear your tires rolling rather than. I mean, you buy the electric car because it's quiet for one reason, and they got softer tires on them, and those tires get changed a lot flipping more often. And there's a lot of people that don't know that. They do not get told this. Do not get told this. So they're changing tyres more often. Insurance costs more money. So when you put that against buying a flipping, a petrol car, there's no point. It's. I understand that they're trying to save the environment, but they're not making it feasible for people to buy them. The insurance is higher because those are easily totaled out. Because if you hit the underside of it, it's going to need a new battery. And no one, like for the case of that Ionic 5, where you pay $60,000 for the vehicle and it costs you 56 grand to put a new battery in it for the running. You still get a 12-volt battery, but you get you have to buy the battery for the vehicle to power the vehicle. And like I said, in that case, it's flipping 56 grand, which makes no bloody flipping sense at all. Yeah, the parts are, and it's and there's so many of them, And we saw a Tesla yesterday that was in a crash up the road. It had a rear impact. Someone had gone into the back of it, and you just know that one's totaled out. No one's gonna flipping do that. No, you can't. You can't afford that. I mean, you can go. You're better off if you want to flipping save your environment or whatever. You're better off going out and buying buying an old flipping Nissan Leaf if you want a. And I never ever thought I would ever say that because those bloody things don't get anywhere. I mean, I think the maximum that you get out of that is like 150 miles if you're lucky. Although there's a smaller battery that actually only goes about 100. But if that's the way that you want to go, those are older. Make sure it's got a newer battery in it, and just drive that because they're older. They're less expensive. The technology is a little bit older on those now, but you don't have to flipping pay any fuel on it. If you charge it at home, it costs you cheaper. If you get not only on that, you can get solar chargers. If you can pay for the solar charger, then get that as well. Just do horse and buggy. Yeah, bloody hell. Hey, go get a horse and buggy, and you'll be able to feel. If you're like when I was back home many moons ago when I was growing up again, we'd have what we would call the rag and bone men. So the rag and bone, and they would come past, and they would have a horse and buggy, and they would come back and uh, buy the any old flipping crap that you got in the garden. So if you've got like an old fridge that you needed to get rid of, or an old oven, or any old flipping crap, basically, and they would come down the road and they'd have their bill, and they would do any old iron. That's what they would shout. Any old iron is what they would shout. And they'd have a bell on the thing, and they got the horse at the front. And then I also used to go out and feed the horses, get some like sugar cubes or carrots and that. So I'd be feeding the horse, and then the horse would be pooping it out the other end, and the neighbours would be out there vipping with their shovels, shoveling up the horse's poop and using it to go fertilise their roses. So you could go do that and vipping sell the horse's poop to someone for getting their gardens well fertilised. But what was I looking at? Oh, any rag and bone men, wasn't it? Oh, bugger. Hmm. It's a bit of an older flipping picture there. I think this one, there is a good one of one going past Wimbledon Library that I've seen. I'm trying to find a better picture for you. These are old black and white pictures. We had them flipping way after black and white. This doesn't show the whole flipping thing. Oh, that's just a shit picture. That might be better. This one might be better. I don't know if you're going to see that. But that would be the rag and bone men. Tell me if you can see that one. I'll try to get it on the truck bit. So it'd just be a flat back. The bloke would have a bench or whatever on the front, and then also at the front there, and then they would just ride around in that, and they'd have a bell on the front, and they would just ring that as they come down the road, top of the road, and just shout, "Any old iron, any old iron." and you would hear that coming down the road. And I'd rush out there with the vipping carrots or the sugar cubes and go feed the horses. And then the neighbours would be out there vipping with a shovel picking up the poop. It's very, very strange times I lived in back in England. But it was fun. Brings memories. Memories that many people never even dreamed of. I'll put this over there, I think. And there's one here. Mrs. Womble doesn't get all of that flipping crap dealt with. I don't know why they like sugar cubes. They used to love them. I used to like them too, but I had to share them with the horse. Yeah, still going. Actually thinking I'm going to have to get off of here soon. One is the batteries have been getting a bit lower. I'm on a new phone too. It's not all that bad, but anyway. But it's like, what was it, 3:30 a.m.? I better make sure I've got power in this thing. There you go. This watch says it's 84 degrees now. Huh. I might turn this around actually. Make it easier for her indoors to drive out in the morning. She has to back it into the street. There's got too many cars parked here. I don't know why. That's a good question. Why do horses like sugar cubes? I do not know. Cannot answer that. Let me just put it down there. Just going to turn the vehicle around. Let me turn that off. It'll make it easy. Don't worry, it's just a branch on the roof. No one ever looks on the roof. Just turning the van or the truck around on me. Van is it? Damn it. It'll make it easier for her to get out. Oh, I nearly went through the house then. Yeah, we'll do so. Been great chatting. Hopefully, you learn something. Learn about the crazy things that we do back home. That we've had over the years. Presley, I'm surprised you're up so late. I thought you was falling asleep at 8 o'clock. It's at midnight now, today. But anyway, well, I'm going to be, I'll head off of here. I'll turn the van around now. Truck around, make it easier for Mrs. Womble. Get that out. And I've got to get my cane out. Because I need a cane sometimes. And I've got to find my van keys as well. Here, I'm in and out. Okay. I normally go live on a mainly on a Tuesday, but I've been on and off for several weeks or nearly a month. I just come on and off. I didn't go live a lot last week for obvious reasons, but no, I generally go on a Tuesday, but I come on pretty much whenever I like. And hope no one else is on. I try not to be on when others are on, but there's some that are on that I don't care about anyway, but whether we infringe on theirs. Anyway, alrighty, well, thanks for being here. And I need to go pee as well. So we'll catch up sometime, and hopefully you have a good day at therapy or session at therapy. And okay. Yeah, pop on by if if you ever want to ask a question, you can email me too at dashandwomble@gmail.com. Yeah, Presley, thanks for being here too, mate. Thanks for popping in and out, and well, basically all your support. And I'll see you all soon. Hope you all have a great Friday, and if I don't speak to you before, hopefully you have a great weekend too. Cheers, everyone. Have a good one. How do I do that? There you go.